Yeah. Wallahi, it ain't girls like you out here in the West. I know I've been away, but I'm coming back home. No need to stress, baby. All I know is to be Palestinian is to always rep where you come from. Except when you're in line at the customs. Told her she can meet me up in London. She let me cause I came from Gaza with love. But I feel like it's supposed to die. From Gaza with love. If they had it their way, we would never go back. From Gaza with love, baby. فلسطين أحسن ساي وبنت بلادي عجباني. فضلكم احكوا مش سامع. Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas. 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 Somebody tell Bella Hadid, let's change out to Abdul Hamid. Now I mean to come off too strong, but still أصل فلاحي, I'm planting the seeds. يا عيني I could get you what you need, but I hate it when the texts go green. Do you miss me or did you leave, baby? Came from Gaza with love, but I feel like it's supposed to find a way back. From Gaza with love, if they had it their way, we would never go back. From Gaza with love, baby. فلسطين أحسن ساي وبنت بلادي عجباني. فضلكم احكوا مش سامع. Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas. 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 Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas.
Stamattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Stamattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invaso. Oh partigiano, portami via, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morire. E se io muoio da partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E se muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire. E seppellire lassù in montagna, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire lassù in montagna, sotto l'ombra di un bel fior. Tutte le genti che passeranno, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E le genti che passeranno ti diranno che bel fior. E questo è il fiore del partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà.
Oh look, we're back with the same old track, but a different cunt. It's Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Yes, he's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Yes, he's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Yes, he's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Rishi Sunak is a rat-faced cunt. He's a rat-faced cunt. Yes, he's a rat-faced cunt.
Okay, sorry about the delayed start there. I just had to do that because got a little visitor. Hey Tom. Get in. There he is. What is it? He's been entranced by this, which is like a little clip thing to like share to you know, seal up stuff when you're done with it. It's little Tom, innit? It's little... There. If I put it there, you're going to mess with it again. He's so funny. What are you doing? Why is it intriguing you so much? Hey? Why is it intriguing you? Are we live? Is it me and you? We're live. Hey? What if I put it up here like that? What then? What then? No, that's just me. How we doing? How we doing, chat? It's good to see you. What do you reckon? This is your mum's. She won't be happy if you bite it and stuff. Put it there for you. You can mess with it if you like. Anyway, that's Tom for you. And you can enjoy more moments like that when we unlock the cat cam, which we're very close to doing, aren't we? We're about £172 away from that incentive, so just bear that in mind. Anyway, we've got some wonderful people in the chat already. How's it going, everyone? I don't know, Jojo. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Pat Potato, how are you? We also got Middle-earth Marxist. We got Mark Salmons. We got Solar Juice. How are you all doing? Welcome to the stream. It's me, your boy. He's still touching that clip. He's still touching that clip, and he's thoroughly unimpressed. So he's now left. Right. Just a clip. Literally just a clip, bro. Anyway. Hey, Prince. How's it going? Good morning. Yeah, I started a little bit late today because I had a bunch of stuff to do. I had to go meet my dad for lunch, and I had to go and meet another member solidarity officer with the union and get her started on her journey to do some activism with helping people do their disputes and what have you, basically. So that's what I've been up to. It's been very good. I've been Aldi, got some stuff, helped another member with her housing issue. Landlord turning up out of nowhere with a locksmith trying to get in. And because we'd empowered her and told her rights, came out and she was like, "Oi, dickhead, you're not on the tenancy." Anyway, yeah, I say landlord. It's definitely the guy that owns the gaff. But his name isn't on the tenancy, it's his son's name. And so he's like done that to try and like, I don't know, do something dodgy, like avoid tax or whatever. And then he, you know, now he's fucked himself over because we've told this tenant her rights. We've told this member her rights. And she's like, "You're not the landlord." And apparently he was going, "Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So there you go. That's that. That's what it means to empower someone. She felt good enough. She felt empowered enough and supported enough by us to stand up for herself. And it feels fucking good to have helped her do that. Yeah, that's it really. How was everybody else? How was everybody else's evening last night? I had a nice evening last night. I just chilled out, played some Minecraft. I got a bunch of work to do tonight. So I'll be streaming about 4 hours or something like that, 4 or 5 hours, and then doing a bit of work and then sleep. I'm such an early riser now, thanks to the cat. Honestly. So I'm getting up at like 8 in the morning, which is just crazy considering I was getting up at like, I don't know. I guess it's also the melatonin as well. Like the melatonin, it really helps me get like a decent night, full 8 hours sleep. And that's just so fucking good. So fucking. Hey Husker, how's it going? Welcome in. Went to a Francesca Albanese talk. So based. Francesca Albanese, I've just Googled that. It says here, Italian international lawyer, an academic. On the 1st of May 2022, she was appointed United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. Sounds pretty cool, sounds pretty based. A strong opponent of the Israeli occupation of Palestine, Albanese recommended in her first report that UN member states develop a plan to end the Israeli settler colonial occupation and apartheid regime. Cool. Sounds pretty cool. I hope you had a great time at the talk. What do we got today? We got all sorts of stuff. We're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. But we also got like a cool Noah Samson video that just dropped 6 hours ago. So we're going to be checking that out in a bit. First of all, we're going to hit up the news. I actually nearly typed in Big Amy with the big news just then. So that's how indoctrinated I am in my own stream nonsense. Where are we up to? Fuck me, it's the 21st of November. That's crazy, chat. That's crazy. Madness, madness, madness. Big Amy energy, you know? It's Big Amy energy. She infects it. She infects the whole stream with it. Good lad. Oh my god, the cat just jumped up onto the windowsill. See, now it's interesting because I've set up the cat tree like there, obviously, right? Because I'm like, well, he's gonna go there, isn't he? But now, see where I can do that. Oh fuck, can I do? There he is. What have you seen? What's he looking around for like that? And we're gonna... Hang on a minute. No one's seeing this. There you go. Can I zoom in? There you go. There he is. What are you doing there, pal? What are you looking at? What's he seeing? There's nothing in here. There's literally nothing in here. I've got no idea what he's looking at. Was it like ghosts? In ghosts. That's an old school emote. Middle Earth Marxist. It's been a while since I've seen Nook Angie. Oh, are you coming over here? Are you coming over here? He's gonna fucking jump on the desk. I can see it. Shall I move it for you? Come on. Come on then. Oh, there's a fly. Get it, Tom. Go on, get it. Anyway, there you go. A little bit of Tom. That's the kind of thing that you can look forward to, isn't it? When we unlock the Tom cam permanently. Just dropping little bits in there, little tasters, little teasers. Okay, I'm gonna put that back on there. He'll probably go in his cat tree. What was I up to then? What am I doing? I'm just changing the title. It's Big Amy with the big news. We're going to check out the big news that she's got for us today. And standard procedure, imperialism, violence, just be mindful. If you're not ready to see some of the stuff that we're reporting on today, don't worry about it. I get it. Be nice to yourself. All right. Here we go. Let's get it started. Also, we're going into the politics segment, so put on those hazmats. Oh, wait. Is that muted? I think I muted the tab. Yeah, there. Tab, there.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hi, Amy. Everyone say hi, Amy.
Surrounded Gaza's Indonesian hospital as Israel's military continues its relentless assault on the Gaza Strip's health infrastructure. Earlier today, Israeli artillery fire killed at least 12 people inside the medical complex, where about 700 others, including staff and injured people, remain besieged. Egyptian
I can't show any of this.
Showed ambulances carrying sick and premature babies passing through the Rafah border, crossing to Egypt, after the UN assisted in moving 31 premature babies from Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital to Rafah on Sunday.
Wow, that must have been a fucking mammoth task.
Were incredibly fragile after the multiple moves in extremely dangerous conditions. Other babies died as medical services collapsed at Al-Shifa.
Oh my
Doctors say babies had to drink formula prepared with contaminated water, further endangering their survival. A number have infections.
Poor little babbers. That's so
World
sad.
Health Organization team visited the Al-Shifa hospital, which it called a death zone, and lauded the heroic healthcare workers sacrificing everything to
Madness,
treat
chat.
patients.
Absolutely madness what's going on.
Healthcare professionals, I am absolutely humbled by the work of you and your teams, the heroic efforts that you've made. I mean, I have no words.
Israel's claimed it uncovered a Hamas tunnel at the Al-Shifa hospital.
No.
The claim was rejected by Hamas and medical workers and has not been verified by independent parties. Israel also said hostages are being held at Al-Shifa. Hamas has previously said it took several hostages to hospitals for treatment. On Saturday, an Israeli airstrike killed at least 50 Palestinian civilians at the UN-run Al-Fahura school in the Jabalia refugee camp.
They just love bombing
Some
schools,
estimates
innit?
put
They
the
just
number
love
as
bombing
high as
schools.
200. A separate attack on the Tal al-Zahar school also resulted in civilian casualties. Other parts of Jabalia were also hit, including a large residential complex. This is a Gaza ambulance worker.
We are trying to focus on pulling out survivors. As you can see, we are working with our own two hands. There is no equipment. The only excavator is in northern Gaza, and it stopped working. The bulldozer stopped working. A large number of civil service and ambulance cars stopped working because of fuel running out.
Israel has
Yeah, they got no
killed at
fuel. They
least
can't do anything.
13,000 Palestinians and injured another 30,000 since the start of this
13,000.
assault.
13,000,
The death toll
chap.
includes at least 5,500 children, or 1 out of every 200 children in Gaza. Another 1,800 children are missing under the rubble, most of them presumed dead.
Fuck me.
Over the weekend, reports emerged that talks between Israel, the U.S., and Qatari mediators for Hamas were closing in on a deal to release dozens of women and children hostages and pause fighting for 5 days. In Israel, thousands completed a march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem Saturday, where they demanded the government do more to release their loved ones who were taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th.
Well, good luck to him.
You have to talk to the families. It's impossible that there are 240 kidnapped people, and the government, our government, isn't talking to them. Isn't telling them what's going on, what's on the table.
Yeah. Yemen's Houthi rebels say they seized a Japanese cargo ship in the Red Sea. The vessel, named Galaxy Leader,
Yo, what's going on, Adnan?
Partially owned by an Israeli
Everyone go to
businessman.
show
Around
some
25
love
people
to
are believed
Adnan,
to be
please.
on board the India-bound ship, though Israel said none of their citizens are among the crew. A Houthi spokesperson warned the international community regional security is at stake unless it helps put an end to the war on Gaza.
Yeah, like, look, here's the thing. You know, Israel's like, oh, none of our civilians are on that ship. No one is trying to target Israeli civilians. That's not what's going on. They're trying to target the infrastructure. And this is why, you know, the alienation of capital helps imperialism, right? Because people will hear that and go, why have they taken over this random ship? Clearly, they're just crazy rebels. They're just crazy terrorists, and they don't know what's going on. Like, they've taken over this ship. By the way, there's a video of this. I'm gonna try and find it real quick. Yeah, Israel doesn't care about people, even their own. Yeah, they don't. Sicker than a snicker, but still kicking. Oh, Adnan, I'm sorry to hear it, man. Let's get some love in the chat for Adnan. This footage is absolutely fucking insane, chat. You ever want to see some, like, on-the-ground shit related to ongoing things in the world? Popular Front is one of the best websites to check out. So this is actual footage from Houthi rebels. Look at this, man. They're just flying a fucking copter onto a ship. Palestine flag and the fucking Yemeni flag. Yeah, this is fucking insane. Look at that shit. They're just like, right, hover over here. Get the lads out. And obviously they were expecting, like, there to be, like, military guards. And, like, they just didn't encounter any at all. So they just have, like, the whole crew hostage. You know? But, like, you know, these guys mean business. Like, you can see that they mean fucking business. This is like a trained military operation, you know? That's it. They got it. They got the bridge. And there they are in the cargo hold. So there you go. They fucking got it. They fucking got it. So there you go. That was the Galaxy leader getting taken.
The Yemeni armed forces confirmed the continuation of carrying out military operations against the Israeli enemy until the aggression on the Gaza Strip stops and the ongoing heinous
You think that video
against
slaps?
the
Wait till you see the next one I'm going to show
in
you.
Gaza and the West Bank cease.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed at least...
Yeah, first topic, first comment on Twitter here. Notice how they didn't shoot a bunch of unarmed sailors. Yeah, good point. Good fucking point. Well, there's no arms on the ship, as far as we know. We don't know if there's arms on the ship or not. What we do know is that they are... Oh, fuck me. They've taken it over because of its affiliation with an Israeli corporation, basically. So that's what that was. Who could believe that's a cruise ship? Wait, someone was trying to say it was a cruise ship? Is that what Israel said?
The Yemeni armed forces
said none of their citizens are among the crew. A Houthi spokesperson warned the international community
crimes against
multiple raids on Sunday. Israeli military and settler...
Oh, wait.
cease.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed at least 2 Palestinians during multiple raids on Sunday. Israeli military and settler attacks have killed some 206 Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7th. Meanwhile,
on Telegram, it said the ships had arms. Oh, okay.
Heavily fortified and monitored H2 district and Hebron have been under one of its longest and strictest lockdowns ever since the start of the conflict.
Yeah, they've fucking locked down that one neighborhood. It's so bad.
And around 900 extremists.
Like they're just trying to do what they did to Gaza in various different neighborhoods in the West Bank now. Hey, B-Rat, how's it going?
Settlers live in H2. Palestinians have largely been barred from leaving their homes except during very brief windows, with Israeli soldiers forcing them back inside at gunpoint. President Biden warned violence against Palestinians in the West Bank could result in a visa ban against Israeli perpetrators. In a Washington Post op-ed...
Bro, this shit is so meaningless, toothless. Do you think that Israeli ultra-nationalist settlers who want to settle on stolen land are going to go to the US? And also, yeah, that's another thing. How are you even going to know? They don't get prosecuted in Israel. They're not going to get fucking prosecuted for this shit. They're doing what the government wants. Yeah, fuck Joe Biden. Feckless, absolutely.
Published Saturday. Biden also continued to reject a ceasefire
Don't do that,
in Gaza
Jack.
and called for a 2-state solution. In New Haven, Connecticut, hundreds...
My man's just like, we need a 2-state solution, no ceasefire. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The 2 states is already a thing. Like, I'm sick of this cunt. I'm sick of him. Sick of him.
Students and alumni from Yale and Harvard brought a football game between the 2 universities to a halt for nearly 2 hours Saturday night as they called for a ceasefire in...
What?
Alumni from Yale and Harvard brought a football game between the two universities to a halt for nearly 2 hours Saturday night as they called for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Protesters waved Palestinian flags and banners that read, "End the occupation, end the genocide, and free Palestine."
Yeah, that's right,
They
Husker.
also demanded Yale and Harvard divest from weapons manufacturers that supply Israel's military.
Let's go.
Meanwhile,
Let's go,
Palestinian
comrades.
rights advocates shut down a convention organized by the California Democratic Party in Sacramento Saturday. Several protesters held a sit-in,
so many
while
actions
others
everywhere.
marched through the convention hall chanting, "Ceasefire now." Demonstrators also disrupted speeches by U.S. Senate candidates, Congress members Katie Porter, Adam Schiff, and Barbara Lee. Outside
Yaleys,
the
but that's
convention,
based.
protesters placed 500 pairs of children's shoes to represent the
Yeah, I
over
saw this.
5,000 Palestinian children killed in Gaza. The American Public Health Association's governing council is calling on President Biden and Congress to press for a ceasefire in Gaza.
It's gotta fucking happen. It's gotta fucking happen. It's gotta fucking happen. Like, at some point, the Democrats are going to be like, look, man, I know that we get like millions of dollars in donations from this like big corporate lobby, but all that shit's going to be fucking meaningless if we can't get into power, because we're not going to be able to fulfill the needs of these corporate lobbyists, and they're just going to give more money to the Republicans. You know, at what point do the material conditions of the establishment force them to act? You know? But then again, it's like individual actors within the Democratic Party, Joe Biden specifically, he doesn't fucking care. Like, as soon as his term's up, that's it. No more work for him. He's done for his entire life. He's like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it means admitting to a mistake, and he'll never do that. Just such a bastard. Just such a fucking bastard. I'll never forget when that motherfucker was put the candidate from the primary. I was like, this is gonna be terrible. I was like, Trump's bad, but this is gonna suck. Like, none of this is good. None of this is good for anyone. You know? I've never seen so much support for any country in the Middle East so widespread. You love to see it. Oh, yeah, for real. Yeah, you know, this is the thing. Like, it gives you hope at the least, right? It gives you hope at the least.
Last week by 90% of members also calls for the, quote, de-escalation of the current conflict by securing the immediate release of the hostages and those detained, the restoration of water, fuel, electricity, and other basic services, and the passage of adequate humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, unquote. Recently, delegates to the American Medical Association voted against debating a similar resolution calling for a ceasefire in order to protect civilian lives and healthcare personnel. The group Healthcare Workers for Palestine said in response, the AMA has a responsibility to uphold the well-being of healthcare workers and minimize human suffering, and it's clear that these values are not being upheld by some of the most influential physicians in the country, they said.
If the hostages are back, I support partial de-escalation. Yeah, well, no one's asking you, you cunt. Fuck off.
Argentina, far-right libertarian Javier Milei has been elected president. Official results Sunday showed Milei, who's been compared to Donald Trump with 56% of votes, defeating the centrist Peronist candidate Sergio Massa, who conceded defeat.
Damn, it's almost like if you platform two candidates and one of them is a milquetoast centrist who doesn't offer any alternative to neoliberal economic policy, you're just going to get reactionary politicians elected who will run the country into the ground. Crazy how that happens, isn't it? Crazy how democracy definitely works. It's definitely what everybody wants. This motherfucker got 55% of the vote of those that turned out. Just the same shit, the same story, you know, in every single situation. Electoral politics is a joke. Isn't this guy like minors? Is this guy a pedo? He looks like a pedo. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Like, hair like that, motherfucker looks like he yearns for the days of the 70s when you could wear hair like that, have these massive sideburns, and just, you know, abuse children. Yeah, he's literally an ANCAP. You know, this is also why I'm saying this. You know, he's yearning for those days. Yeah, 100% pedo. Yeah, it's true. Kitty diddler.
Milei is a climate crisis denier who's proposed banning abortion, easing restrictions on guns, and vowed to shut down Argentina's central bank, replacing the nation's currency with the U.S. dollar.
Damn, I wonder what has, you know, I wonder what tempted him to do that. Are you just gonna replace a whole nation's currency with the US dollar? Wow, what does that sound like? A little bit like economic imperialism to me, dude. Hey, Shakespeare, how's it going?
The tally of murders committed by the Argentine military dictatorship during Argentina's dirty war from 1976.
Whoa, what? Downplayed what?
Milei has also questioned the tally of murders committed by the Argentine military dictatorship during Argentina's dirty war from 1976.
Oh, we didn't kill that many people, bro. No. That shit is... No way. They inflated that number to make us look bad. Actually, all that shit was super good. Argentina's dirty war. Very good, very cool.
To 1983. He spoke from Buenos Aires Sunday night.
La situación de Argentina es crítica.
Argentina's situation is critical. The changes our country needs are drastic. There's no room for gradualism. There's no room for tepidity. There's no room for half measures.
In Liberia, the incumbent president, George Weah, conceded a tight race to Joseph Boakai Friday. Voters say Weah was not able to fulfill his promises of reducing poverty, increasing employment, and stepping corruption. Boakai, a former vice president under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, had lost to Weah in 2017's presidential election.
Hey, got a static? How's it going? Good to see you.
In a post-election interview, Boakai vowed to redistribute wealth from the exploitation of Liberian resources to its citizens.
The mining sector is going to be within our very, very watch. We're going to know what is happening with our resources, what are the people getting for them, and what do we see after they are no longer there.
Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott is expected to sign into law a bill approved by lawmakers last week, allowing local law enforcement to arrest immigrants and asylum seekers and charge them with a new state crime for crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. The bill would also give Texas judges the authority to issue removal orders to Mexico. Meanwhile, other legislation passed by the Republican-majority Texas House last week would appropriate $1.5 billion to build a border wall. The ACLU has condemned the measures, calling it, quote, some of the most radical anti-immigrant bills ever passed by any state.
Fuck that guy. Fuck Greg Abbott. What a piece of shit. Approved by lawmakers, though, as well. You know, fuck everyone involved. Vile!
In British immigration news, the UK Supreme Court ruled the government's plan to send asylum seekers to Rwanda was unlawful. The proposal was first announced last April and met with swift legal challenges and condemnation from rights groups. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said he would instead seek a formal treaty with Rwanda and introduce emergency legislation in hopes of pushing through the plan.
Such a joke, dude.
In climate,
like my man really thinks he can do like the same shit that he's doing, that he's seeing in like America. Like he's looking at Greg Abbott and he's going, I want to be like him. You know, I want to be like him. Fucking stupid prick. It doesn't quite work that way over here, man. We're not great, but we're no America. Do you know what I mean? Like, hey, Erica, what's going on? Imagine deciding to spend money on building a wall instead of fixing their shitty power grid. Yeah, it's almost like the material conditions of the working class are not the priorities of those in government. Who'd have thunk it?
News. Global average surface temperatures Friday averaged more than 2 degrees Celsius, or 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial levels.
Good, thanks, Erica.
It's the first
Hey, Blue
time on
Vixen, how you
record
doing?
that Earth's daily average temperature has exceeded the 2-degree benchmark. The 2015 Paris Climate Agreement set just 1.5 degrees as the maximum allowable global temperature rise.
Yeah, I heard about that, Static. That's fucking rad.
130 people have been killed after unrelenting heavy rains triggered once-in-a-century flooding in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia.
Yeah, this shit sucks.
More than 750,000 people have been displaced, with the death toll expected to rise. The flooding follows the region's worst drought in 40 years, which pushed millions of people into extreme hunger.
Here it is, gang. Climate genocide.
Bolivia's Environment Ministry reports a severe drought combined with slash and burn farming practices have driven an unprecedented number of wildfires. The fires have scorched nature reserves and indigenous communities in Bolivia's Amazon and into neighboring Brazil, killing wildlife and triggering air quality alerts that have forced thousands of schools to cancel classes. On Friday, environmentalists rallied in the Bolivian capital of La Paz to demand government action.
Millions of animals are dying. Our Mother Earth is dying. Our vegetation, fauna, and flora are disappearing. There are thousands of animals. The firemen who are there still cannot put out the fire. We want a national emergency to be declared because we want our land to be safe.
Back in the United States, a Colorado judge has ruled that Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection, but that it does not bar him from appearing on the presidential ballot next year. The judge ruled the 14th Amendment's ban on insurrectionists holding office does not apply to presidents. Friday's ruling comes after courts in Michigan and Minnesota also shot down attempts to keep Trump off those states' primary ballots.
Goddamn.
In related news, the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, announced he'll release 44,000 hours of footage from the January 6th Capitol insurrection to the public. With the move, Johnson fulfills a pledge he made to the far-right members of his party, whom he circumvented last week in order to pass a stopgap government funding bill. Extremist conspiracy theories alleging federal agents participated in the attack have already started recirculating since the first 90 hours of footage were released Friday.
Great.
Democrats and other critics are warning the videos, which show in detail how rioters entered the Capitol complex and how lawmakers escaped, could endanger the safety of staff and Congress members.
Yeah, because if there's another... If there's another January 6th, which is likely if, because, you know, reactionaries have now realized that, like, oh, this is just something you can do. And maybe they'll arrest, like, 10 of us and that's it, right? Yeah. If you're an insurrectionist can't be president, but if you're president while you promote insurrection, it doesn't apply, you can be president again. Yeah, for real. Yeah, meanwhile, felons can't even vote. Just vile shit. But this is the thing, right? They're gonna see that footage, and they're gonna go, "Oh, okay, this is where we fucked up. So next time we need to have like guys at the other end ready to like lynch Mike Pence and all these other people. You know, they'll find like the escape routes or whatever, and you know, find out where to go." Yeah, completely insane. What the fuck? 2024 is going to be completely... Wait, when's the... It's next year, right? The US presidential election, next one? And, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel like... God damn. I mean, it's either going to be like Donald Trump or... what's his face in Florida, right? And if that guy doesn't get in and we keep Genocide Joe for whatever reason, they're definitely going to do another one. Like, are you kidding? Like, they saw that they could go and do that, get away with it, and they're just going to do it again. Yeah, Ron DeSantis, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, anyway, dangerous. All the seats in the House of Representatives are up for grabs too, yeah.
Former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 96. Carter served as a longtime political advisor and strategist as Jimmy Carter went from a rural state senator to Georgia governor in 1970 and president of the United States in 1976. As First Lady, Rosalynn Carter joined White House cabinet meetings and served as an envoy to Latin America.
Thanks for the follow.
Time magazine in 1979 declared her to be the second most powerful person in the United States. After leaving the White House, she campaigned to expand U.S. mental health services. She and Jimmy Carter also worked with the charity Habitat for Humanity. Jimmy Carter, who turned 99 in October, entered home hospice care in February. They had both just celebrated
History's greatest
their
monster.
77th.
I don't know much about Jimmy Carter. I don't know much about him. I heard that he wrote a book about Palestine. I might be completely wrong about that. There is a child screaming outside my window, and there is nothing more distressing. Oh yeah, Palestine Peace Not Apartheid is a book written by Jimmy Carter. So even this guy, even this fucking loser knew what was up. Even this participatory neoliberal piece of shit bastard knew that apartheid was going on. How to achieve permanent peace in the Middle East. 2 interrelated obstacles to permanent peace in the Middle East. Some Palestinians react by honoring suicide bombers and martyrs to be rewarded in heaven. Oh yeah, it's problematic as fuck, this. Definitely problematic as fuck. Anyway, whatever. He wrote a book about it that kind of implies that like apartheid is a bad thing. So crazy, man. Even this guy knew.
7th anniversary. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
Kat, do you want to see something based? Want to see something based? I got some base shit. Hey, the Shreyax, how's it going? Welcome in. I love it when I show them based stuff. No? Don't you? Yeah, everybody say thanks, Amy. That was a good little review. Hang on. Where is it? Yeah. Lost it. I've lost it. What the fuck? Wait. Just get taken down? Aha! Yes! Found it. And we're going to listen to an appropriate tune for it. All right, chat. Yeah! Let's fucking go! Hey DJ, what's up? Yeah, fucking get him! Check this shit. This shit fucks so hard. Yeah! Woohoo! Buzzing. Yep. Let's go. Oh no! You are fucking shitting me, dude. I will never get over that shit. I will never get over that shit as long as I live. Balls of steel. Balls of fucking steel. Incredible. Insane. Yo. There you go. They fucking murked off loads of them. Absolutely incredible. Like, you know, it's the most well-funded army in the world, and they can't stand up to, like, just some guys with some RPGs, you know? Got these massive fucking tanks, you know, fully armored, supposed to, like, deflect bullets, deflect shells, all that kind of stuff, and resistance fighters are just, like, fucking jumping right up to him, putting a rocket on the tank, and then fucking getting off and shooting another one just for the double. Just for the double. Absolutely incredible. Completely insane. So there you go. Hey, that dude Zoot, welcome in. Good to see you. Homemade RPGs, those RPG tubes are held together with hose clamps. Yeah, I don't know about the validity of that, but like I do know that they're certainly not going to be maintained as well as the well-funded, well-supported by imperialist colonizing army, right? That's what you get for letting Elon get into the weapons industry? Yeah, for real. For real. So... What do we got now? Just gonna look at something else as well. So this is another bit from Popular Front. We got some Hezbollah stuff. So this is news coming out of yesterday. So Hezbollah has largely destroyed the IDF's Burnit barracks in a missile attack. The base is located near the Lebanese border, is allegedly hit by 2 Burkan missiles fired from Lebanon. So this is what remains of it. What we're seeing on the screen right now. So there you go. So shit's popping off. Israel are fucking around and finding out. It doesn't stop the fact or change the fact that there've been, you know, thousands, over 10,000 Palestinians killed, civilians no less. You know, there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they've killed any Hamas fighters. to the amount of people that they've killed. So there you go. That's that. Now I got some more shit to watch. It's rose to 15,000. Well, there you go. Yeah, 15,000. Yeah, you know. Tends to happen every time you go into a country. Home advantage, familiarity of the landscape. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like Vietnam, right? Kind of like Vietnam, innit? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. For sure. Russia, Ukraine as well, yeah. What do we got? Listen, we got our boy Noah. It's our boy Noah. He's done a video about Palestine. He's done a video about the crisis, quote-unquote, crisis actors, anti-Palestine TikTok. And I don't know if you've seen any of this shit, chat, but it's vile. It's absolutely vile. So content warnings are going to include Islamophobia. Just straight up fascism. You know, probably some racism going to be in there. So just be mindful of that shit. What we're going to be looking at. Of course, every time we watch a video from one of our leftist YouTuber video essayists, comrades, we share it in the chat. Please like, comment, subscribe to Noah Samson if you haven't already. Make sure you share the video. Watch the video in a muted tab alongside the stream as well. Because that, of course, helps out our YouTube video essayist friends. And I know this because I am a video essayist. I am a YouTube. Well, so that's that, isn't it? Anyway, let's take a look at this. Got a static?
Less than 3.
Thank you so much. 75 months. Look at that, chat. 75 months. What's that? Well, that's how long I've been streaming anyway. That's how long I've been affiliate anyway. 75 months, dude. Thank you so much for all the support. At this point as well, we'll take this time to remind everybody, if you are feeling fruity, you wanna give me some money, you've been entertained, you've learned something, you want to see me succeed, you want to help me pay my bills, my rent, all that stuff, please consider subbing off Twitch. We got the cat cam incentive at the minute. It looks a little something like this. Oh, wait, where is it? There you go. Oh, where's it gone? Oh, why is it like this? What? I don't know why this has happened. I don't know. Okay, well, it doesn't look like that. Normally Tom would be there. Yeah. Normally he would be there. He's not there right now. I don't know where he is actually, the scrungler. But you know, you wanna see some cat on the stream? We can get some dreamies, get him up there, you know? And if you want that to be a regular feature of the stream, get us to £500 by the end of the month. You've got all this week to get us there, and all next week to get us there. So to be honest, if we get to £400 by the end of this week, so Thursday, I'll be happy with that. And then we got the next week, and that's like £25 a day to hit the goal. I think that's like massively achievable. If we could get like £25 donated today, that's like another £25 tomorrow, another £25 day after. I think that would probably just about get us there, actually. Yeah. So that's 5 of you donating £5 each day, basically. 5 times 5, 25. I think I've done my maths right there. I'm not sure. Anyway, there you go. So, anyway, without further ado, let's check out this video. 40. Let's check out this video.
We are on day 43 of Israel's latest escalation in their ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people. So far, over 13,000 Palestinian civilians have been murdered by the Israeli military, including over 5,000 children. The actual death toll is likely much higher. New estimates from human rights organizations place the number of dead at around 20,000, including 6,400 children, with about 5,000 Palestinians remain trapped under rubble. Western governments, like the United States, enjoy all of this and want more.
So yeah, it's believed to be...
Must be the last one this season.
Got a static, thank you very much for the 250 bits. Very much. That dude Zeus says, I'm not sure how you could compare the Ukraine situation with Vietnam and especially the ongoing genocide in occupied Palestine. Dude Zeus, you're new here, yeah? So, and I know you're in different communities and shit like that, but what I'm going to ask you to do, yeah, is not like get mad that someone said, commenting on like an invading force going to a particular place and how that affects combat. I'm going to ask you to like not get mad at that, because I know that what you're implying here is that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the same as what's going on in Palestine. You're saying that that's what God of Static said. He didn't say that, and it's quite obvious that he didn't say that from what he said in his message. So not a great start to being in my community, actually. What we do here is we give each other good faith, yeah? And we don't start fights with each other. Especially not amongst chatters. You want to have a fight with me? Fine. You want to have a fight with my chat? That's different. Don't fuck with my chat. Capiche?
Of it. The Biden administration continues to vocally...
We're not a fucking debate chat. Do you know what I mean? All right, cool.
Financially support Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel and ignore or censor any government officials brave and bold enough to say...
I completely understand that tensions are high, yeah? But in here, we're all comrades, yeah? And comrades don't fuck around with each other. That's how it is.
Stop doing a genocide, pretty please. The genocide has been covered extensively on social media, and today we're going to look at some of that, the videos and trends that have come from the perpetrator of the genocide, which is pro-Israeli and Zionist accounts. We're going to talk about how the sentiments expressed in these videos tie into the logic of the State of Israel's genocide campaign and what that means in a broader context. And yeah, okay, let's do it.
It is, I think, 1 p.m. We are going to be leaving Ashkelon now because I just don't feel safe here. But I do want to give you one piece of good news, that day and night, every few minutes, sometimes seconds, I can hear our IDF, our incredible army, bombing the living daylights out of Hamas.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. For my safety, I have to move. Oh my God. But, like, they know what's going on. It's insane. It's completely insane. Like, this, like, level of propaganda that completely... It destroys any kind of critical thinking about the situation whatsoever, right? Like, they cannot, for a second, think that they are... Like, this is ultra-nationalism, isn't it? This is ultra-fascism. In it, in terms of like, we're the weak, we need to be protected. Oh my God, we're at threat all the fucking time. We're under threat, but we're actually really, really strong, and we're fucking destroying them. Right? That's the absolute tenet of fascism. You don't get that in like a socialist country, right? It's like, no, actually, we're right, and that's what counts. And you know. Fuck, not even in socialism, not even in a socialist country. You know, if you're in a resistance, you're like, we know what's right, and that's what counts. That's the meaningful thing. There's nothing about like who's weak or who's strong or whatever. It's like, no, we're fighting for our freedom. That's it. It's the end of it. Like, no one's doing that here. No one's fucking doing that here.
And it is giving me so much strength. You can hear, I don't know if you guys can hear now. I hope that they are showing Hamas just this much of the wrath of God. Showing them that if you touch a single hair on any Jew's head, we will come and we will bomb you until we just obliterate you from the face of the earth. Hamas is such pure evil. Grateful to every single...
She's just like a white American, like, Jewish girl who's gone to. I can't get over how people can't see how like insanely fucking racist this is. Fucking lose my fucking mind.
One of our troops for going to the most dangerous parts in Israel right now and fighting for us, and I could hear
that's right, Jojo.
Hamas being pulverized, and it's the greatest sound I've ever heard in my life. All right, stay thirsty.
Based on what we know about what's actually going on.
Stay thirsty, she said. Stay thirsty. Like, if you ever want to like understand the epitome of white privilege, it's that. Yeah, she's Jewish. She's gonna, if she lived in like a different country, and the wrong person found out she was Jewish, she's gonna not have that privilege anymore. Like, I understand, like, but really in this situation, like, the privilege she has is insane. It's gross. It is. It's bloodthirsty. It is. You know?
On the ground in Gaza, I think it's safe to assume that the greatest sound she's ever heard in her life is some combination of the screams of Palestinian children, their cries after every single one of their family members have been murdered by the Israeli military, or just bombs dropping on densely populated civilian areas. As freakish as this video might seem, it's actually a fairly standard Zionist perspective. The justification for collective punishment against Palestinians is that, you know, they're all Hamas. We can see this attitude reflected all over the place. Most notably, all Israeli state officials and everything they are constantly saying.
The non-combatant population in the Gaza Strip is really a non-existent term because all of the Gazans have voted for the Hamas. And as we have seen on the 7th of October, most of the population in the Gaza Strip are Hamas.
Some of them...
And you know, that justification, that justification, if we applied that to Israel, they would not be cool with that, would they? We should bomb the fuck out of Israel because every Israeli voted for Likud, and so every Israeli is Likud. Fucking vile, right? Also, hi, Steph. I don't know if I saw you come in, but hey, how's it going? Thank you very much for the follow.
Excitedly describing what's going on in Gaza as the new Nakba, referencing the 1948 ethnic cleansing of 700,000 Palestinians upon which the state of Israel was founded. This genocide thing is not new, it's just gotten really extreme. Check out this video from John the Duncan to learn more. I'll leave it linked below. We see this attitude reflected
we should.
In
you know what? We should watch the John the Duncan video after this. I've been away for so long that I'm like, what are the homies up to? Do you know what I mean?
The official social media accounts of Israel. When we say that Hamas must be eliminated, we mean leaders, supporters, and even those who distribute sweets. They are all terrorists. There is no escape from the collapse of Hamas. Flatten the strip. Burn Gaza now, no less. Right now, one goal, Nakba. A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48. Nakba in Gaza.
It's so funny because if you talk about the Nakba, like this is how like completely psychotic and vile fascism can be, because they know that they're not like, they know that if they talk about the Nakba of 48, then they're showing their hand. They know that they shouldn't be talking about this stuff. It's like that guy that spoke about the nukes. They shouldn't be talking about the nukes because then everyone knows that they got nukes, and it's like, oh, we've not got nukes. What are you on about? You know. And now these guys are like talking like about the Nakba because they can't help themselves. They know the truth. They know the history. As soon as you talk about the Nakba with anyone who wants to say, what about October 7th? Right, do you condemn Hamas? Well, what about all that? Blah, blah, blah. You know, and then you talk about, well, how about the Nakba? Do you condemn the Nakba? Do you condemn all the Zionists? Do you condemn the Zionists who rapes the people, who rape the Palestinian women, who killed the Palestinian children back in the fucking day? And they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. They say, it's complicated, and then they start talking about like Canaanites, and the Jews have been there for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, we were in Israel, which is not Palestine. It's never been Palestine. It's a fake country. You know? I've lived and grown up on the East Coast of the US. I've lived around millions of Jewish people and numerous Jewish friends and partners. I've never heard a Jewish person talking about the wrath of God or holy vengeance except those from Israel. Yeah, this is the thing, because Jewish people don't talk like that. It's not like that. Like even like my stepfamily are Jewish, and they've unfortunately like disowned me now. Apart from my stepdad, like my stepsister, my stepbrother. My youngest stepbrother, I'm not sure what he thinks because he's not spoken to me, but the other two, they sent me just like horrible messages calling me an anti-Semite from the things that I've said on stream, and on, put clips on Instagram and TikTok and stuff. But even after, like, even though they're like that now, like, they were never like that, talking about, like, the wrath of God or any kind of, like, nonsense like that. They're not, like, ultra-nationalistic, bizarre, sort of fascist people. They're not like that. Do you know what I mean? It's Israel that does this bizarre posturing as, like, well, they're reactionary, radical fundamentalists, but they're not even fundamentalists because, like, there's no basis in Judaism for what they're doing, right? You know? Last night, the one cooker who showed up to the Francesca Albanese talk asked, why are Israelis' indigenous rights, why are they not being respected? Like, the one thing that Israel doesn't want people to know about, like, the existence of Israel and stuff like that, right, is that, like, there were Jews in Palestine for thousands of years, and they looked after each other, right? You know? The Muslims, the Christians, the Jews looked after each other's kids, you know, lived in peace and harmony. And even when the Zionists turned up, Palestinians welcomed them. You know what I mean? They were happy to take in refugees from Europe. They would have been happy to take on more and more and more, plenty of refugees from Europe. Before any of this, they would have been happy to do that. To escape the war, to escape the Holocaust, to escape anything, to escape anti-Semitism. They would have been happy to do that. You know, this is the reality of it. But it was necessary for some of them, the Zionists, to, instead of Palestine, now have Israel instead. Just call the land a different thing. You know, this made-up, abstract idea of the land. Change the name. It's Israel now. What difference has been made? What difference has been made? You know? Apart from genocide. That's it. That's it. Really sorry to hear that about your family, Mule. Look, the thing is that, like, my stepsister and my stepbrother, like, my older stepbrother anyway, they've never expressed an interest in me being part of their family. They've never expressed an interest. I made an effort. You know, as I was getting older, I realized how important it was to, like, build relationships with people in my family. You know, I've never had a great relationship with their dad, my stepdad. But, you know, he's my mum's husband and she loves him and I'll always respect that. And I have a fairly decent relationship with him. But, you know, they try to emotionally manipulate me into thinking that, like, somehow they, like, you know, using these words like, we've always stood by you. Stood by me in what? They've never fucking been there for me. I told my fucking stepsister, I was telling my dad this today, I told my fucking stepsister 2 months ago about, like, the fucking, what do you call it? You remember the fatigue I had? And had those problems with my partner at the time? You know, I told her all about that. She fucking got onto me because she wanted me to edit something. Right? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Like, you know, I've been sick for 3 months. I've had these problems with my partner and my relationship's been really hard. And I'm still very, very sick and I can't do any work for free. I don't have any time to do anything like that. I'm sorry, you're going to have to get someone else. Now, if a family member heard about that, yeah, they'd call you, wouldn't they? And they'd say, oh my God, what's happened? Are you okay? She said, oh, okay. Get well soon. And that's it. And then the next time she spoke to me was a couple of weeks ago to say, like, I can't believe you're saying all this stuff. I stand with my family. Israel flag. Fuck off. Fuck off. You know what I mean? I apologized to her. And I said, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. We could sit down and talk it out if you like. Nothing. And I went and spoke to fucking my stepdad, and I said, yo, listen, I'm so sorry if I've caused any harm, any issue, or anything like that. And he's there like, no, I'm fine. Like, I know you. He knows my position on it. He's always known my position on it. We don't talk about it because we get into fucking arguments about it. Do you know what I mean? This is how you actually, like, live with, you know, family who are in that position and they don't understand it and they disagree with it. Anyway, sorry. Getting a bit carried away with it, but yeah, that's that. It sucks, but what am I going to do? What am I gonna fucking do?
And Nakba to anyone who dares to join. Erase all of Gaza from the face of the earth. That the Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Egyptian territory, or they will die and their death will be evil. Gaza should be erased. These are all active Israeli politicians and officials, just straight up admitting it, admitting what they're trying to do. One of the more infamous of these was a since deleted tweet from Netanyahu's account. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness,
Yeah, this one.
Between humanity and the law of the jungle. The comparison there, as we saw in the TikTok as well, between pure good and pure evil.
Hamas is such pure evil.
This time with the added touch of comparing all Palestinians to animals. Just yesterday, a video was released by Israeli state TV featuring a bunch of Israeli children singing a song.
We're gonna cover this a little bit more depending on how much I actually don't think that Noah's going to cover it too much. So we're going to be covering this. This is the indoctrination of Israeli kids that I was talking about in the Go Live tweet.
Song with lines about Gaza like, "In another year, there will be nothing here, and we will annihilate everyone."
They're making kids.
Clearer than that?
They're making kids sing that shit.
In here. At the recent March for Israel protest in Washington, D.C., we saw a lot of signs expressing this desire for collective punishment. Let Israel finish the job. Many Gazan civilians are Hamas in training. There is no proportional response to Hamas. The speakers at this rally went similarly mask off.
As Prime Minister Netanyahu says so well, this is a fight between...
This is the new Speaker of the fucking House.
...good and evil. Between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism.
Even Netanyahu knew that the tweet openly expressing genocidal intent was not a good look. It's never a good look, is it, saying Hitler stuff? But when you're talking to a big crowd of Zionists, it's a safe space for you to open up and share your Hitlerian feelings.
Right.
When Israel drops bombs on a car full of innocent women and children, killing all of them, they don't have to apologize, they don't have to take accountability, because they thought the car was a terrorist car, and therefore any action taken against it is, again, morally pure. This is the logic of genocide. One entire group of people are a threat, dangerous, and in need of expulsion or extermination.
Hey, Help to Pay, how's it going?
Proportional response to pure evil, which just blasts the door right open for genocidal intent. Unlike Nazi Germany, however, we have TikTok now, and Zionists post videos like this celebrating their genocidal regime without an ounce of self-awareness that everyone can see it. These ideas are leaving the Zionist social media bubbles, and whether or not that will actually mean something in the long run remains to be seen, but it does seem like a lot more people are picking up on just how freakish this ideology is. So just post through it, Zionists. Keep posting.
They are posting through it, to be fair.
PR. You guys are great at PR. A few weeks into the genocide, a video went viral of an Israeli man mocking the lack of water and electricity in Gaza. I don't need to play the full thing, but you get it.
I genuinely I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I just don't know how you can get to this level of haha, this is really funny. This is legitimately Roy Chubby Brown, Bernard Manning, style racism. No one from the US knows who the fuck I'm talking about here, but these are super racist guys from the UK, comedy guys that unfortunately still play gigs. It's not funny, bro. It's the least funny thing I've ever seen. It's sickening. It is ghoulish. Fab Forward. Hello, by the way. It gives me a bit of optimism that the majority of Americans support a ceasefire despite the non-stop consent manufacturing. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is why the movement is inspiring, because things are going to change after this, right? Things are going to change in the same way that things changed after the Iraq War. Social media wasn't the thing that it is now back then. So, it was slightly different as soon as social media started popping out. Propaganda evolved, it changed, it started coming out in different new ways. But now, there's not really much else in the way of, propaganda machine shit that they can, do after this, because, I don't know. I think you're right. I think things are going to change. Anyway, listen, chat. I got to be right back real quick. use this opportunity to take your meds if you've forgotten. Queen Pip, how's it going? Welcome in. Sorry to leave just as you got here. Take your meds, go to the toilet, drink some water, stretch your legs, all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in a tick. Back in a tick.
The Twitch no ads tax.
Oh, hey Queen Pib, thank you so much for the 17 months. That's right. Oh, you just had to move, eh? Oh. Yeah. What if you go on here, eh? What if you went on about that? Oh. Oh. Come on. Come on. That's right. Oh shit, I just broke the fucking... Come on then. Get up here. Oh, you can. Did it before. Nice. He's such a good boy. Hey Zemi, how's it going? Sweet boy. There you go, chat. A little bit of a preview of what the cat cam is going to be like. Cat cam incentive down below. Oh shit, what's he doing? Oh.
Smiley face.
Oh, Queen Pip!
Pussycat tax.
It's the pussycat tax. There's no more now, I'm afraid. He's like, where are you hiding those dreamies, bro? Come on. Up here. Come on, come up here. All I want to do is just play with him all day. Honestly, it's just so fucking ridiculous. How am I supposed to deal with this? How am I supposed to deal with this? Hey? How am I supposed to deal with you? Hey? He's sitting there like a good little lad. Hey? Why is it so... Oh, the brightness. Oh, I gotta put the brightness up a little. The exposure. I think that's about right? Okay. Why has it got that weird... It's got like a weird thing going on. I'm not like... Oh, he's... Alright, anyway. There you go. Kitty's gonna throw off the contrast. Yeah, for real. Okay, there you go. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, there you go. Nice little cat cam preview. Queen Pip, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And also thank you for the 17 months. Did I miss anybody? We got Zema right there. Indawoch. Is that how I'm saying your name? Is that right? MSE stream, welcome in. Carpe Pags. Good to see you. Good to see you. Everybody go follow Carpe Pags. Hell to pay!
Cat Cam Cat JAM.
Hell to pay. Thank you so much for the £26. We're at 369. Nice. £12. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Really appreciate that. Supporting Tom as well. You're getting him treats, you know. The more money you give me, the better treats I can get him. Yeah? And that's what cats really want, isn't it? That's what they want. So there you go. Some Doxy McDoxerson sent a pizza to my apartment last night while I was streaming. Damn, Carpe, that fucking sucks. Sorry to hear that. Fuck. Also, by the way, go follow Queen Pib. Yeah, I'm happy with those donos for now, to be honest. I'm happy with those donos. Another £25 tomorrow. Another £25 the day after that. Easily hit the target. Easily hit the target. Yeah, I mean, my politics make people mad too, Carpe Packs, but like, yeah, you gotta make sure that like none of your stuff is on the internet available for people to see, you know? Like, always Google yourself. This is something that I'll say to every streamer, especially if you're like a political streamer, or if you're like a queer streamer, like a marginalized streamer, racialized, disabled, or whatever. Always Google yourself, innit? Google your username. Google your email address. Google your address and see if there's any way that you could connect that to your username or email. Yeah. But I'm sorry it happened. Honestly, I'm sorry it happened. It's really shit. Really, really, really fucking shit. But yeah, you got to make sure that you're safe. Your safety comes first as a streamer, honestly. It sucks. It sucks that there's people out there doing that. So yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Anyway, where was I up to? Yeah, we're looking at this awful bastard that Noah is also looking at. We're getting back to it. If you just joined us, we're watching Noah Samson's new video. Here's a link. Please go sub, comment, subscribe, share, like the video, all that stuff for our boy Noah. He's a lovely lad. He's a good lad. Watch the video later, you know, without me talking all over it and pausing it and shit. Give him that watch time, or play it in a muted tab alongside the stream. Gotta help out our boys, gals, and non-binary pals over on YouTube, innit?
See, very silly. He has water, they don't. He has electricity and TV, and they do not. This is, of course, referencing Israel's blockade on Gaza's resources, which extends past just water to include food, electricity, internet, gas, and medical supplies. Throughout the genocide, they have withheld these basic human resources, which is a war crime, but to Zionists like this, it's a funny and good thing to make fun
fuck
of
'em, Carpe.
Reels. You should do it. Seriously, do it. I mean it, I'm not kidding. You should stop posting, is what I mean. We can compare this cheeky little meme to literally anything that's going on in Gaza right now as an illustration of the deep inhumanity of the ideology of Zionism. Due to the lack of clean water, we're seeing sickness en masse. Cases of diarrhea have increased 20-fold over average cases in previous months, and it's only going to get worse as public water and sanitation services have begun shutting down as of November 15th. Gazans are being forced to move or drink seawater, and when there's nowhere to go, it's not really a choice here. This video is bad. Obviously, it's bad, it's unhinged. However, it's also good. It's good in the sense that it shows Zionists' true colors. To
Yeah,
them,
that's
resources
true.
are
I
not a
agree.
right for Palestinians, but a privilege. One that can be revoked by Israel at any time. That same idea was shared in a viral video from the March for Israel rally last week.
Israel controls whether they have water, whether they have electricity.
We generously give them water. We generously give them electricity.
It's their land, my dear.
They have access to it.
It's their land that was taken from them.
You know, I love this lady. I love that fucking lady. She's got all the answers. Oh!
Cat tax. They need their little treats.
MSE stream. Thank you so much for the £5. They do need their little treats, don't they? Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn, we're so close to getting this, chat. £125, and it's in the bag. The cat bag. I don't know what I thought that like cat bag was like a thing. I've made that up. Obviously, it's not a thing, is it? Anyway. Yeah, Zionists are accelerating the demise of their project with their arrogance. Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Like, it cannot be understated just how many people all over the world, and we're not even just talking America, right? We're talking like worldwide, there is support for Palestine. What fucks me up is these people want to instill fear into people by saying this: the scary brown men will rape you and brutalize you. I mean, it's the thing is that they're just doing standard racism, and that guy that was in the chat yesterday going like, oh, you can't compare it to Nazi Germany because it's different. It's like, no, they were saying the same shit about Jews in Nazi Germany. They were literally saying that Jewish people are gonna like rape young German women, steal all their money, and fucking attack you and shit like that. And it's like they're saying exactly the same shit about Palestinians. White supremacy repackaged, For real. Yeah, we don't need to leave the Imperial Court to have scary white people do things to us. Yeah, that's right. Because it's not 1939 to 1945. What about the 6 years before? What are you talking about, Alejandro? What you want about? Hasn't been a thing since someone let the cat out of the bag. That's what I was thinking about. Let the cat out of the bag. That's what I was thinking.
Enslavers described what they did to the enslaved as being generous. I think that's probably the closest.
Oh, I get it now, Alejandro. You're saying like 6 years before 1939. Yes. Okay. I think I understand what you mean. There's no world war, and that's the permanent thought in people's heads. Right. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Hey, Riff Clears, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, same language levied against Jews by Nordau, Herzl, Gordon, and others in late 1800s, early 1900s with the founding of Zionism. Yeah, Diaspora Boy. You've just reminded me that I actually need to buy that because you gave me the dough for that. Yeah. 1933, Nazi Party took power. Yeah, I think so.
We can get here to a comparison of that word being used in that way.
We generously give them water.
They seem like nice ladies, very nice and normal ladies. Prominent American comedian Sarah Silverman shared a post on her Instagram story a few weeks ago justifying these words.
Whoa, what? Comedian Sarah Silverman claims she was stoned when she endorsed Israeli move to shut off Gaza's water. No, just own it, you loser. Just fucking own it. Like, I know so many people who, you didn't hear about this. Look, I don't want to hear about celebrities. I don't give a shit about that. I don't look at any of this shit. Like, as soon as I heard that Amy Schumer was talking about it and Meghan McCain and all these other celebrities, I was just like, shut up, man. You know what I mean? I don't want to fucking hear about that. Yeah. Widely known, isn't it, that when you smoke a weed, you just become a fucking fascist. It's just like, I don't want to hear about that. She's always been like this, says horrible shit, and then walks it back. Yeah, that's right. I know. She said something similar, like, wasn't she saying shit about, like, Black Lives Matter? That's her brain on Zionism. This is the thing. This is the fucking thing. Like, this is what I hate about Zionism. It just fucking infiltrates every aspect of like Jewish life in the diaspora. It's like Husker was saying, like in Diaspora Boy, they talk about that all the time, right? Eli Valley talks about that, and Zionists are constantly telling Jews in the diaspora, like, you gotta move to Israel, otherwise you're nothing. You don't have any land underneath you, you've got no soul, you're a fucking weirdo, and blah, blah, blah. You're not realizing your full potential until you move to Israel, and so you should, you know, make apologies for Israel all the time, all the time, all the time. You know. Zionism is anti-Semitism. It is. It is. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Hey, Joe from Duran. She's done blackface before. Nah. You've got to be joking. Didn't know that. I was fired from film. I was fired from film after blackface photo. Oh, it's not even like. It's like full on minstrel shit. Are you joking? I can't show this, man. I can't show this. This is God. Oh, you've got to be joking. Yeah, more than once as well. Oh my God. What a fucking loser, man. What a stupid loser. Wow. Oh, there you go. She's a fucking racist, isn't she? She's a fucking fascist. Stupid fucking prick. Look, guys, she didn't know blackface was wrong. 2010 was a different time. Yeah.
And comedian Sarah Silverman shared a post on her Instagram story a few weeks ago justifying these war crimes. Many are saying that it's inhumane that Israel is cutting off water and electricity to Gaza. Israel has made it pretty simple. Release the hostages and we will turn it back on. Israel does not need to supply Gaza with these resources, which they do for free.
She clearly wrote that. Like, I'm sat here and I'm saying, like, did she really write that? Yeah, of course she did. Like, because, like, with things like Justin Bieber and, whatchamacallit, what's her face? Halloween actor. Jamie St. Louis, Jane, fucking hell, Jamie Lee Curtis, right? With them, you can kind of, like, maybe see, oh, their PR agent might have come to them and said, you got to say something about what's going on in Israel. You got to do something, bro. Like, you know, we got the post ready. You just got to give us the go ahead, right? And they probably went, oh yeah, fine. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Right? Maybe. But when you're like actually like writing the thing, that's different. That's fucking different. Like, you can blame a PR agent, you can blame, like, you know, social media manager or whatever with other people in it. But when you're like actually like writing a post and it's like, PSA, actually, you know, Israel are really fair and cool, actually. They decided that they will turn the water back on. If they get the hostages back, it's like, oh my God, like the levels of misinformation and lies and shut up. Yeah, Hamas is trying to do prisoner exchange and Netanyahu's delaying, yeah. Yeah, they do fly over celebrities and diplomats for good press. They get content creators. Did anyone hear about... I wonder if Noah's going to talk about this, but did anyone hear about, like, content creators who've done pro-Palestine videos and brands have dropped them and then come back to them a couple of days later with, like, saying that they're gonna give them, like, £5,000 to delete the pro-Palestine videos? So social media influencers. Completely insane. Hey, Rat Freak, how's it going? Haven't argued with a good leftist ex-Israeli friend. They agreed that Israeli education and media brainwashes people, and so does the horrific conditions Palestinians live under. We assume their education system too, but I don't have an experience of that, but they could see a pathway where Israelis could be de-radicalized, but couldn't see one for Palestinians. They admitted their hypocrisy, but didn't know how to resolve it. Yeah, I don't know how to help you with that, because, like, if you're like, I don't know, what are they saying? Like, oh, Palestinians get radicalized in schools. No, Palestinians get radicalized because of their material fucking conditions. That's materialism. That's materialism 101. You know? They're not fucking, like, going into schools and Hamas are going, like, kill all Jews. That's not what's going down, you know? Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. There was this one account offering pro-Palestinian creatives money to spread Hasbara, yeah.
Oh, wow. Free. That's Wonderful. Are the bombs free too, or is it all in the house? Okay, well, we know it's on the house. It's on the houses, an apartment building.
Yeah, same
Military
Pip.
targets
About getting shit-faced,
Silverman
same.
later backtracked on sharing this message, claiming that she was high when she posted it, which is interesting, you know? I knew weed was strong these days, but I've never seen it turn someone into Hitler. She's smoking Heinrich Himmler. Let's look at this argument a little closer, though.
Smoking that Heinrich Himmler pack.
Why not? We got time. Return the hostages and we'll give you back your water. Firstly, the Israeli government has made it clear that they do not actually really care about the hostages. Netanyahu's repeatedly rejected temporary ceasefires in exchange for their return. It's also speculated that multiple Israeli hostages have been killed by their own country's missiles.
This is correct.
Probably part of why the families of many of these hostages are protesting in hopes that their return will be prioritized. Many of them explicitly calling for a ceasefire. I think more importantly, though,
hey, rat acid, yeah, that's right.
Is no justification for war crimes, which is what that is when you deprive 2 million people of water and other basic human resources. What we see here is that to Zionists, basic human rights are conditional upon whether or not you're Palestinian. The only way that this works in their minds is if Palestinians are viewed as subhuman terrorist enablers, or terrorists themselves, which, you know, by these people, they are. That's how Sarah and this guy and these ladies and Zionists in general view them, as obstacles to their end goal of completing their Zionist colonial project, which is kicking all of them out of the territory that they want, dead or alive. One of the more grim trends to come out in the last month was Israeli influencers mocking Palestinian detainees. The original video is allegedly of blindfolded Palestinian detainees being held captive, while a kid's song is playing on repeat in the background, Meni Mamtera, which is essentially an Israeli version of Baby Shark. The video was then recreated by Zionist influencers in cars, sometimes including their own children. In some videos, it's unclear whether the captives are actually Palestinian or just Israelis playing along, but either way, this was a big trend.
This is just fucking outrage.
National TV hosts thought that it was very funny and good to see this. What's especially sickening about this one is how it ties into reality. Gaza is already an open-air prison. 2 million people have their movement restricted, resources withheld, and are killed indiscriminately. But beyond this, in terms of active incarceration, things are worse in Gaza than pretty much anywhere in the world. 1 in every 5 Palestinians have been arrested, charged, and/or imprisoned by Israel. This rate doubles for Palestinian men, which is 2 out of every 5. For reference, the United States, which has the largest prison population in the world, has an imprisonment rate of 1 in 200. Reports of what happens to Palestinians inside of Israeli jails are, well, as bad as you'd expect for Palestinians.
Well, they're doing the music torture in prisons as well. Hold up. Ben-Gvir, this is from the Electronic Intifada, literally on Friday. Israel using its national anthem as noise torture against detainees. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir admitted that measures may amount to the use of torture being used against alleged members of the Nukba commando unit of the Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas. The video shows Ben-Gvir with Katy Perry, head of the Israel prison service, not that Katy Perry, visiting the prison wings where the alleged Nukba detainees are being held. Dystopian. Cringe. Vile. Yeah, another great US export, yeah. Ben-Gvir added that, he hoped that Israel's cabinet moved forward with the discussion of the proposed death penalty law for quote-unquote terrorists. The proposal has passed a preliminary reading in Israel's parliament, and we can apply it to these vile murderers, he said. Vile shit.
Israeli jails. Torture, starvation, mistreatment, everything you can imagine and worse. This imprisonment can happen for things as arbitrary as participating in nonviolent protests or even waving Palestinian flags. So it's hard, for me at least, to find the humor in these videos when we know what actually happens to Palestinian detainees. It's a lot like mocking Gazans for their lack of clean water. Israel does something evil. They withhold the resources. They use their occupying forces to imprison Palestinians indiscriminately. These acts then worsen the conditions for Palestinian people, often to the brink of death, and then Zionists make fun of them for being in those worsened conditions. Fellas, you created the conditions under which they are suffering. What are you doing? What are you doing making these videos? Why? There is a constant stream of genocide denial going on right now, and it's not limited to the President of the United States dismissing the death count statistics from the independently verified Gaza Health Ministry. It's also on TikTok. Eve Cohen here is just doing a makeup tutorial mocking the mothers of dead Palestinian children. TikTok has so much stuff on it. Wow.
Fucking TikTok, man. They were also doing bits where, like that bit, I think Noah's going to talk about it, but that's like, they're trying to say that like the people that the Westerners are seeing, like not just Westerners, but people seeing things on TikTok all over the world are like crisis actors. So appealing to that like reactionary, like conspiracy crisis actor thing, that's obviously like complete bullshit as well. Don't worry, chat. I'm gonna show you something super based after this. It's gonna be fine.
Thanks, TikTok. It's always wild to me how if you give Zionists the opportunity to speak, you can kind of count down the seconds on one hand until they start doing Hitler shit. The implication here is that Gaza is full of crisis actors, hoping to garner Western sympathy and bolster pro-Hamas media coverage by faking the deaths of their children. Now, this video and the idea it presents is obviously repulsive and dishonest. There's no shortage of footage of the death, destruction, and mutilation that Israel's genocide campaign has wrought on Palestinians. But, as with all of these examples, this is not some isolated incident. There's been multiple instances of Zionist media circles sharing videos of Palestinian people filming scenes of death and injury. These are framed by Zionists as crisis acting and evidence that things are not as bad for Palestinians as they might seem. In reality, though, all of these videos are real. They're just behind-the-scenes footage taken during, for example, the filming of Palestinian short films or of medical educational content. Another notable example of this is the Palestinian activist Saleh al-Jafarawi. This widely shared image of him playing all his quote-unquote roles has prompted more Zionist accusations of crisis acting, Hollywood as they call it, but it is again very easily debunkable. Every one of these images.
I didn't see that, Rat Acid. You can put that in the chat if you get a link for me.
Before October 7th, not actually him, or just footage of him doing real things in the world. Crisis acting accusations like this are a form of genocide denial, because to make such accusations is to ignore or lie about the statistics or seemingly endless amounts of footage of the death and destruction caused by Zionist terrorism. The spread of this kind of misinformation is just one more way to sustain and rationalize the logic of genocide. There's a saying that's used quite frequently.
It's like there is the footage of the smoking gun, right? There's the footage of not even just the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun, but we can actually see the gun getting fired, and the gun has a big Israel flag on it, right? And then they're like, "Oh no, but all that stuff that's happening, that's not happening." You know, when people talk about like smoking gun evidence, that's like, oh yeah, well there's a clear connection to that thing happening. It's like, no, we're seeing everything. We're seeing the gun being loaded because you have all this like ultra nationalistic propaganda shit that goes out to your own people. So like, look at the powerful, great IDF. They're protecting us. Look at them. They got the best supplied military in the whole world with their shiny new tanks. Look at all this. There's the fucking Air Force. They're going to bomb Gaza into smithereens, right? They're just like saying it. So like you got the gun being loaded, the gun being built, the gun being loaded, the gun being pointed at a Palestinian and shot, and then the Palestinian dying, and they're going, no, actually that last bit didn't happen. What? You know?
When talking about Zionists, which is every accusation is a confession, which
yes,
I think
it's
fits
true.
nicely with our next example paired with the previous ones. A video of what was
it's always projection.
A nurse sheltering in fear of Hamas inside of Al-Shifa hospital went viral. It was shared widely by Zionist social media accounts, and the video is fake. There are a number of elements to this video that betray its inauthenticity. The explosions you can hear in the back of the video are sound effects, as shown in a technical examination of the waveform audio.
The world has to know what happened.
Also, like, what is this Arabic? When people write in Arabic, they don't do the same stuff that they do in like Western typography. They don't go like like write the same thing over and over and over again. What the fuck is this shit, man? What is going on? Her Arabic accent was so bad.
Hamas is making here. They're taking over the entire hospital. They're taking over the fuel, the medicine. I have nothing to treat with. I had to fix a fracture.
The woman filming has an Israeli accent and fails to conceal it and her mispronunciation of certain Arabic syllables. Additionally, according to Al-Shifa doctors, they don't use red stethoscopes in the Al-Shifa hospital where this person claims to have been working, and a number of those doctors and workers have come forward to say that they've never seen her in all of their time working at Al-Shifa. Also, just listen to what she's saying, the idea she puts forth, that Hamas is stealing fuel from the hospital. What fuel?
Yeah, all that petrol that they need in hospitals. Oh, don't you know, bro? They need to put that petrol in the fucking IV.
There's no fuel. Israel cut the fuel off, which is a war crime, by the way. This killed multiple ICU patients, including a number of premature babies. This is crisis acting, and the aim of this
Blair Witch voice
justifications for Israel's war crimes. In this case, the raid on Al-Shifa hospital. This sort of content pairs nicely with official IDF propaganda, like the 3D renders of massive Hamas tunnel networks underneath
my
Al-Shifa
God, dude,
hospital,
this
which
is
were,
so
of course,
funny.
Substantiated and ultimately proved.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Proven false by the IDF's own footage, or attempting to depict the raid as humanitarian and helpful, actually, by doing a photo op of them unloading boxes labeled medical supplies to Al-Shifa. Notice how light the boxes are and how they're labeled.
I've not seen this. I've not seen this. What? They wrote this shit in English with Western typography. What the fuck?
In English. They think that Western Zionists are the stupidest people on the planet, and to be honest, they might have a point because people ate this shit up. Official IDF propaganda is deserving of its own video, to be sure. But the thing I'm trying to get at here is, I guess, don't trust anything you hear when people are trying to defend a genocide, which is what Zionists are trying to do. Right? Whether it's official state media or good old-fashioned homegrown TikTok content. The nurse video might be some combination of both, but we don't know yet, and time will tell. Hey, what's up? Editor Noah here. I want to add a brief clarification to that last point, which is that you should be skeptical of everything you read, especially on the internet. Israel's genocidal intent does not somehow excuse misinformation from any other side of the conflict. However, and as I go into right after this, the Western media apparatus is streamlined to show extreme skepticism towards Palestinian claims, while at the same time spreading Israeli government propaganda with a serious lack of scrutiny. It's only until recent weeks that we've seen Western interviewers actually press
definitely for Western audiences,
on their
absolutely
genocidal claims. For so long, these claims just went uncontested. And if you're used to seeing this dynamic, it takes a certain vigilance to parse through how these perspectives are treated differently. There are plenty of reasons for this, but a major one is that the United States and Israel are allies. So they have a vested geopolitical interest in depicting one another's crimes as justified. Western outlets will very often repeat such claims without stressing the point that they originate from the IDF, the same IDF that has a long history of fabricating claims to justify killing Palestinians, and the same IDF that needs the support of Western media to carry out this genocide with impunity. Alright, so the last trend I wanted to mention today is the red triangle videos. This trend originates from videos posted by Hamas showing a red triangle pop up over IDF military targets like tanks before they are fired upon by Hamas resistance fighters. The red triangle is represented in the Palestinian flag and various other Palestinian resistance symbols. But just as they love to do to Palestinian land, Israel stole this trend and used it with their own combat footage. As many have pointed out, though, this trend doesn't really hit the same when we understand the reality of this genocide.
Yeah, they're just bombing hospitals, and they're like putting the thing like fucking Hamas base. Come on, man.
Which is that for the IDF, the triangles are not popping up over military targets, but over Gazan hospitals, refugee camps, apartment buildings, and children. How
Just
do you
insane,
do, fellow
man.
crimes against humanity enjoyers, says Israel so coolly and hipply. I also want to note that the contrast between these two types of videos is pretty incredible. Hamas fighters are running up next to these tanks and soloing.
We just watched this one.
Handheld
we just watched this one.
Of the buildings that Israel destroyed.
Right, Acid, yeah, orphanage.
From afar and from above.
They Israeled the red triangle. They did, yeah.
Targets are vastly disproportionately civilians, including specifically targeted attacks towards journalists that are reporting on their war war crimes. In looking at all this content today, I hope it's clear that these viral videos aren't outliers. They're not just getting dunked on for their depravity. They are examples of the causes and effects of Zionist ideology. The endorsement and celebration of collectively punishing the Palestinian people, the mockery of their destitution, the denial of genocide in various forms, and the co-opting of resistance symbols as propaganda for the West. This is all content, yes, but it's also a reflection of reality. This is what the state of Israel is telling you that they want over and over. And I hope that examining the links between content from people and official state policy might help some people see that. But I don't know. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Across the globe, we've seen record numbers at protests in support of Palestine, in support of a ceasefire. Boycotts are being done. Arms shipments to Israel are being blocked. Politicians unwilling to call for a ceasefire are being shouted down at IHOP or wherever they're eating dinner. Many such protests have been led by anti-Zionist Jewish groups, which is one efficient way to dispel the notion that criticizing Israel is inherently anti-Semitic. Even as we looked at, family members of the Israelis currently being held hostage by Hamas want the bloodshed to stop and for negotiations to happen without bombs being dropped. But these guys don't, and until they do, this will continue. So what can we do about this? Well, a good start would be anything. The first link below will be a Google Doc from the video essayist Dr. Fatima that has a lot of great links on people to follow, resources for education, and places to donate.
Let's go, Dr.
Fatima.
Fatima.
Make some recommendations for people and channels to follow to stay updated. On YouTube, I would highly recommend Democracy Now!
Yeah, Big Amy!
Going on has been consistent and stellar.
Big Amy
Is
mentioned.
also great and equally consistent. You can't go wrong with a little Hasanabi, in my opinion. I think he's done an amazing job. And there's tons of more people on separate platforms. Just check that document. I think you'll find some really good things. Okay, that's it for today, everybody. It's taken me a while to upload for a number of reasons, but one of them that I want to mention now is that it's been hard to kind of figure out how to cover what's going on in a way that somehow adds something new to the conversation. I hope I've done that here in looking at these trends, but maybe I haven't. Just let me know. I'll have some more videos out.
Also, one thing that I will say about this, like to anyone who is a content creator, maybe Noah's watching this right now, or like anybody else, you don't have to add anything new. I would argue you don't have to worry about like, oh, what does my voice mean? Like, oh, you know, you could just go on camera and say, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad, and they're lying about it. You know, just doing that on its own is meaningful and purposeful. And exactly, here's the thing. You know, we say this on Red Planet all the time. Please copy us. Copy us. Do your own version of Red Planet in it. Because, you know, right-wingers, they're not like... Steven Crowder isn't looking at, like, Ben Shapiro doing a video on the latest, like, you know, anti-feminist thing or whatever, like, and going like, oh, you know what? Ben's already done that. So why should we? Right? Why should we as leftists be like, oh, I'm not going to make a video about that because someone's already done that? Absurd idea. Also, kind of like based in individuality, capitalist sort of like, oh, you got to be original. You gotta just do a unique new thing. No, fuck all that. Stupid. We got to seize the means of communication. Flood the timeline with pro-pal content. I agree. Yes.
Soon, probably about this conflict. Let me know if there's anything that you'd like to see covered. Last thing, whatever money this video makes, I'm going to donate to a charity, probably one of them from the list.
Hey, co-host. Yeah, what about the copyright? Somebody think of the copyright.
So I'll
it is copyright trauma.
Maybe like a month's Patreon balance or something like that. But yeah, we're all done. See you later. And thanks to Ro Ramden for the outro song, which should play right now.
Everybody go and follow Noah Samson. Give him some love. Like the video, subscribe, comment, share, all that kind of business. That's what's up. Anyway, that was a fantastic video. Really cool to see like Noah talking about that. That video's got almost 100,000 views now, 8 hours ago. So absolutely fantastic. Good to see like popular YouTubers talking about this stuff. Very, very, very important. Very, very. We got some more shit to show you. Show you this shit. Because we love looking at this shit. Let's fucking go. That's right, it's John Berserk, Alejandro. The song Berserk by John Berserk. I gotta find the one that I want to see. I want to see that. There's like this one particular one that I want to see. Maybe it got taken down because it was so based. Hang on. This is it. This is it. Oh, this one goes so hard. This is so insane, chat. Let's go! Fucking so sick. I can't get over that shit. Ever since I saw that shit, I was like, what? Let's fucking go! All power to the resistance, man. All power to the resistance. Yeah, half expecting an achievement to pop up on screen. Just crazy shit, man. Just crazy fucking shit. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Yeah. As I said in the Red Planet admin chat, I would suck that guy's balls clean off. We got some next shit to watch. So much stuff to watch. Oh, sorry. Quite in the mic there. Modern problems require guerrilla solutions. I've not seen the Minecraft version of this, Alejandro. Hit me up in the chat if you want a link to post it. Never heard the Berserk OST before, but that was exhilarating. Yeah, Berserk, Susumu Hirasawa. I was actually showing my partner some live Susumu Hirasawa live music on Sunday, and she was just losing her mind because she was like, I've never seen anything like this. If you don't know, he like uses lasers to trigger samples and MIDI and shit. Oh, it's fucking amazing. But that's the guy that wrote the OST for the 1997 Berserk anime. And he did loads of other stuff as well. Oh, the Guts theme is beautiful. Classic. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, we're going to talk about indoctrinating kids. You know, whenever right-wingers talk about the left indoctrinating their kids, it's always projection. It's always projection. What's a good title for this? Israel's IDF youth, Israel's Nazi youth, Israel's Israeli kids indoctrinated. Just basic bitch title. We'll go for that. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to keep the content warning up there because it's just exactly the same. So this is a video I watched this morning. I've pre-watched this, so apologies, chat. I've, like I say, pre-watched it. But It's a good video. It's by Owen Jones, Manchester's very own Owen Jones. Go show him some love if you haven't already. I think he's kind of stopped saying what are they smoking? Which was starting to annoy me a little bit. Oh, Alejandro's got us the link. Let's take a look at this real quick. Where were you when the Minecraft villager Hamas attacked? What? What? Okay, that's pretty cool. I think my cat's on my hob. Just give me a second. Cat was on the hob, like licking the fucking hob. Stovetop for the USA people. Hang on a sec. He's so fucking hungry all the time. Why are you such a hungry boy? It's not like I don't feed him. No, stay. No, you were in the perfect position. You were in the perfect position for that. Yes. Yeah, I'll get that one. Clickies. Click. No. 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 Alright, you can get it in a bit. Yes, hit. Bit now. Yeah. He like thinks I've got him under my fucking hand. Aren't you? Now he's on the fucking desk. Brilliant. Great. That's great news. Great news, Tom. Good lad, aren't you? Hey? You can't fit under there, dude. You can't fit under there. That's it. That's it. It's game over now. No more. No, you're not getting in there. Do not fuck with the mixer, dude. No. No. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Yeah. You love your dad. Love your dad. How has he not noticed it? Oh, that is a bag of my pin badges that I send my tier 3 patrons. There's no more treats in there, dude. Look. He's like, I don't fucking believe you, bro. Psycho streamer starves his cat live. Do you not get fed? Do you not get fed? It's a shame, innit? It's a shame. Tom, what are you doing, bro? That's right. I was there all along, you silly Billy. Okay, I'm back. He just like, you know... We didn't know, right? We didn't know. We got told to give him half a pouch of food with biscuits twice a day, right? And that like, oh, he'll act like he's not been eaten and stuff. Oh, he's back. Oh, he'll act like he's not been... You know, he's not eaten and any of that stuff and but it's fine. But then I found out that he was 14 months old. And that, like, you know, 14-month-old cats, like, they have to eat, like, 2 pouches a day. 2 pouches with thingy a day, you know? Are you just going to sit there? Or what? No? So we didn't know that we weren't feeding him enough. But like now, I think what's happened because of that is he's found out that if he like complains enough, that we'll like feed him more. Yeah, growing cats need more. He's definitely growing. Anyway, hey TTK, how's it going? Don't be eating any wires back there, dude. He scares me so much. I swear to God, I'm getting lines, you know? It's like clawing at the bottom of the desk. There is nothing under there at all, dude. There is nothing there. Yeah, exactly. It's full of dust, you daft cunt. What are you even doing? He thinks the fucking like... He thinks the treats are like underneath the desk. Because there was like one treat there. Anyway, okay, anyway, back to the stream. Sorry, getting fucking super distracted. Super distracted by the cat. But anyway, there you go. That's what the cat cam's going to be like, isn't it? What did I miss in the chat? He's licking the orb. Scandinavian, not USA. English I'm exposed to is mostly American. Cringe. That's imperialism in real time for you, folks. Jackson Galaxy has got really good cat tips. Is that true? He likes to, like, touch cat's poo. I'm not sure about that. DJ Mule and Tom's Tail Show. Yeah, that's right. Telling a cat it can't do something. He does not like being... He's not allowed to do stuff. He hates it. He hates that stuff so much. Yeah, have you not seen that, like, Jackson Galaxy, like messing around with cat poo? Like, he, like, picks it up and smells it and shit, and it's like... Ugh. Jackson Galaxy is fine in moderation. He's a bit of a weirdo in a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Recommend getting a towel, sprinkling treats in, and twisting it up like it's a toy. That'll keep him occupied for about an hour. Listen, you're acting like I don't play with him. I do play with him, you know. I actually do play with him. He knows a lot about cats, but you have to sort the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. I'll watch a bit of Jackson Galaxy. We'll watch them on the stream, maybe. Anyway, listen, we're watching this now. It's back to politics. Enough cats. You want to see more cat? You want to see more cat? Fucking donate. Sub off Twitch. Anyway.
It needs to be repeated over and over again that the Israeli state is not exactly being subtle about its intentions as regards its onslaught against Gaza. In preparing his people for war, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, quoted the biblical story of Amalek, in which God commands the Israelites to kill all men, women, children, and livestock. Israeli leaders and officials have variously justified a total siege of food, water, energy, on the grounds that they're fighting.
He seems to be all right with cables, but he definitely likes stringy things. He loves that shit.
Promising to reduce Gaza to a city of tents, stating that Gaza must be destroyed because almost every building in Gaza is a stronghold of Hamas. We really could go on. If there was a hypothetical war crimes tribunal, you wouldn't need to dig through top secret classified Israeli documents to work out intent. You just need to listen and read through what Israeli leaders and officials said
worm on a
publicly,
string,
which could hardly be less subtle than screaming, "We are committing war crimes," by the way, very loudly. Well, if you want the most disturbing example of the unambiguously genocidal mentality that now grips Israeli society, then I'm afraid this is it. A song shared on the website of and the Twitter account of the public broadcaster Car News features a group of children promising to annihilate everyone in Gaza. This is not a joke. It is called Friendship Song 2023.
Friendship Song.
Shared it yesterday before Britpop
Friendship Song 2023.
So on their website and their Twitter account and then deleted it. It was made by a PR producer. We'll talk about this. And the lyrics promise to annihilate the swastika bearers. In another year, there will be nothing there, and we will safely return to our homes. Within a year, we will annihilate everyone, and then we will return to plough our fields. Now, where do you even begin here? You might think this is too on the nose, too completely unhinged to be real. Well,
yeah, Hamas are like famous for wearing swastikas, aren't they? They're famous for wearing swastikas. In case you don't know, Israel does this thing, and more particularly right-wing stochastic terrorists in the form of settlers do this thing where they call all Palestinians Nazis, right? All Palestinians are Hamas, and all Hamas are Nazis. That's the line that they go for, and they have this Telegram channel called Nazi Hunters, and it's basically like pictures of Palestinian activists, singers, celebrities, children with like crosshairs. The cat is fucking around again. I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, Nazis famous for loving brown people. Yeah, I mean, you know, and so they'll have like kids, celebrities, activists, just general people. They completely like got a school shut down because of they were saying that there were like terrorist weapons there, terrorist weapon caches. And the school had to like shut its Facebook down. They had to shut the school for a day. It was literally like a Palestinian girls' school, right? Little fucking girls. Just absolutely insane. So, just really, really bad.
I have some bad news for you. Now, this comes on top of some other, frankly, genocidal rhetoric from the Israeli state and influential politicians and public figures, which I will come on to, but let's just start with this
Yeah,
song.
that's right, Hell to Pay, yeah.
It really is beyond belief.
It's loud, sorry, chat. This is insane, by the way. Like, these kids are like 7. They've got no idea what the fucking saying at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're involving kids. It is almost unbelievable that this is real. It is. I would argue that's true. Completely true. Terrifying, yeah. I no longer wonder what the 1930s were like. Well, this is it, right? This is it. And you could see this in various different imperialist, genocidal regimes, like all over the world, dehumanizing people, indoctrinating children, completely insane. You know, the reason, and there's reasoning behind this. There's reasoning behind this, right? Not only does it indoctrinate children into the ideology of Zionism, but it also, you know, basically says, oh, there's an innocence to this. The kids want this as well. You know, and it's like, oh, the picture of the kids singing for like the freedom of Israel, like it's like a good thing. It's a nice image in people's heads and stuff like that. You know. Hey, Leash Kebab, how's it going anyway? God, long time no see. How are you? It's grooming supremacists, literally. Yeah, if we're talking about like grooming children in the sense of like to into a certain ideology, like that is what is happening here. Without a shadow of a doubt, you can't even like dress that up in any way. You are like getting kids. You're saying, look at this. You're gonna sing this beautiful song about Israel and the you know, completely insane. It's like the Hitler Youth, right? It's like the Hitler Youth. And I believe that there are in fact even more similar things to the Hitler Youth in Israel, where they get young kids and they basically get them to do, you know, military-based stuff, like scouts-based stuff, and what have you. Yeah. Insane. Love sanctified with blood. What is going on there? The cat has just done a shit and he's waving his fucking ass in my face. Thanks, bro. He's showing you what he thinks of this song. Yeah, that's right. And the thing is that it's not even a good song. Right? It's not even a good song. Been out of chat for a hot minute because of a work call, but this video is something Lenny Riefenstahl would be proud of. Just absolutely heinous and such a disgrace. Yeah, Blood and Soil for Kids. Yeah, it sounds like shit. Like the production is awful. Like the tune is just like a drone. It goes like again and again and again and again. There's like very little variation going on. You know? Yeah, we'll remember everyone, but not the people that they kill. Yeah, right. Shot after shot of entire buildings being razed. Salt the earth shit. Yeah, I know. Mental. Casio keyboard demo song. Right. I'm doing so fucking good, Mule. Long story short, I'm actually living in the UK now. Stable housing, decent job. Much happier since I was last in chat. Obviously outraged by the current situation we're talking about. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're alright, Leash. That fucking rules. Yeah. Very, very cool. Good to have you back. Yeah, we will remember the pretty and the pure is insanely racist. Like, what does that mean? You will return and bloom among us when, like, kids are singing it. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Are they sexualizing children, chat? Is that what's happening? Bizarre. Absolutely fucking bizarre. Anyway. Oh my.
Now the
Produced by Rosenbaum, something or other. Rosenbaum Communication, right? So, you know, the thing is, chat, is that, like, this is proof that nationalism is impossible, is incapable of anything creatively good and artistic, right? You know, like when you hear about like Nazi Germany, you don't think about like the art that they produced, right? You don't think about like the songs that they sang.
Now, the guy behind this is Ofer Rosenbaum, who's also running a campaign supposedly to help restore trust in the Israeli security forces. He appeared on Car News to argue against humanitarian considerations in Gaza.
Sexualizing the soldiers through the kids, right?
Like they're
bizarre.
Humans. Again, here you go.
Also, like, this is the thing. It's like, what? You've been hired to change the face of the IDF, right? Literally a war propagandist. But you did really bad. You did really fucking bad. So bad. At making, like, the IDF look good or nice or fine. You made everyone think that you're deranged psychos who are gonna use children for your, like, genocide shit. The one good song lumped onto Nazi Germany, Erica, was a World War I song. You see, I don't even know what that is. I've never even heard of that.
והיא מציקה לי. שלום עופר רוזנבאום. שלום, תודה, שבוע טוב. ואנחנו כבר כמה שבועות משתמשים בה, והיא הומניטריה. והמילה הומניטריה הייתה נכונה בהקשר הזה עד 7 באוקטובר, כי אנחנו שוכחים דבר אחד מאוד מאוד חשוב. הבסיס של הומניטריה מגיע מהמילה human, בני אנוש. וברגע שבצד השני הפסיקו להתייחס אלינו כבני אנוש, ואנחנו הבנו שהם לא מתנהגים כמו בני אנוש, החובה שלנו, של מדינת ישראל, היא להילחם בהם כאילו הם לא בני אנוש.
Yeah, I don't really make a habit of watching Nazi marches, rat acid, so I still don't know what you're on about.
Mentality there being showcased. Now, here's another example. The Israeli Deputy Speaker of the Knesset, that's Israel's parliament, tweeted, "All the preoccupation with whether or not there is internet in Gaza shows we have learned nothing. We are too humane. Burn Gaza now, no less."
Yeah, we saw this earlier.
Language again, and should be considered incitement as such. One of the retired Israeli General Giora Eiland, a former head of the Israeli National Security Council, and he wrote a column in Yedioth Aronoth, a very mainstream, supposedly centrist, relatively, Israeli daily newspaper founded back in 1939. This is what he writes. The international community is warning us against a severe humanitarian disaster and severe epidemics. We must not shy away from this. After all, severe epidemics in the south of Gaza will bring victory closer. There's no reason why the Hamas generals in southern Gaza wouldn't surrender when they have no fuel, no water, and when plagues reach them and the danger to the lives of their family members will increase.
And again, they have no good material analysis of resistance, right? Jimmy Long 68 says, it's a very complicated situation. Yeah, complicate yourself out of this ban, you cunt, in a bit. There's no material analysis here of resistance, right? They think that if they flatten Gaza and, you know, push all Gazans out of Gaza into the Sinai Desert or into Egypt, yeah, they think that, like, that will just be it, it'll be the end. No, it's not going to be the end. Hamas will operate from within Gaza. They will operate from without of Palestine. They will operate within the West Bank. There will be more resistance in the West Bank. There will be increased resistance from Jordan and Hezbollah, Yemen, Houthi fighters, to the point where Egypt may even get involved, because if they actually succeed in the genocide and the Nakba in Gaza, Egypt will probably be like, yeah, no, this isn't on. We didn't want this to happen. This is kind of why we said we weren't going to open the Rafah crossing, because we want Palestinians to stay in their homes, and also Palestinians don't want to fucking leave. They don't want to be pushed out of their homeland. Like, anyway, it'll be interesting to see, like, how they respond to the resistance that is, like, burgeoning now amongst neighbor states. You know, we watched the Houthis taking over that ship earlier. You know, we've seen Hamas fighters, and Hezbollah have been blowing up military bases along the border. So, you know, like, it's only a matter of time before there's, like, a huge upheaval in the region. Iran have said that they don't want to get involved. You know, people are worried about Israel's nukes, because, of course, they have nukes, despite how much they deny have them. So, yeah. Hey, Valerie.
I mean, on one level, that's unhinged enough, the fact that a mainstream newspaper will publish that. And you might think he might be retired, but that could be indicative, clearly, of military thinking, given how senior he was in the armed forces. But I think, well, he's retired. But it gets so much worse, because the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, writes on Twitter, I agree with every word of Gira Island in this column. That's right, one of those senior members of the Israeli government openly endorsing using mass disease and mass starvation and thirst as a means to conquer Gaza. Open, wanton confession of intent. War crimes. Here's another example.
Yeah, that's right, MSC Stream, I agree.
Left of centre publication, and is now regarded as, I suppose, centre-right. He's a journalist with Israel's Channel 14. Now let's listen to what he says here.
לכם כל יום. אנחנו באים לעזה, אנחנו באים ללבנון, אנחנו נבוא לאיראן, אנחנו נבוא לכל מקום. תביאו בחשבון כמה אנחנו הולכים להרוג מכם, וכמה אנחנו הולכים לבצע בכם על כל אחד מ-1,300 האנשים שרצחתם, שדדתם. לא ראיתם מספרים כאלה בדברי ימי האומה הערבית. אני מעדכן אתכם שזה בא. למקרה שאתם מבולבלים, אני מעדכן אתכם שזה בא. מספרים שלא דמיינתם שאפשר בכלל להגיע אליהם. ואנחנו מוכנים להיכנס לבידוד בינלאומי, ומוכנים להריב עם ארצות הברית, ומוכנים להריב עם כל העולם ואחותו. כמה שנצטרך עד שכולכם, כולל כל התומכים שלכם, תעלו לפגוש את אללה, אנחנו נהרוג. שיהיה ברור, זה המצב בישראל, זה הסנטימנט. אז תחגגו ברשתות החברתיות, תעשו פרי פלסטיין, תעשו את כל המסכנות שלכם, ואנחנו נבוא להשמיד אתכם. להשמיד. להשמיד. תעבירו את זה, תריצו את הסרטון הזה, שיראו כל החברים שלכם. מה אנחנו עומדים לעשות לכם.
So he's saying...
Like, look, you know, when I've said in the past, and I've said it before the attack on Gaza, when Israel talks about Palestinians, it doesn't talk about Palestinians. It talks about Arabs, right? And when I say Israel, it's the state, the government, the far-right nationalist government, right? They talk about Arabs. They talk about exterminating all Arabs. They talk about Arabs in general as inhuman animals. They talk about Arabic countries and how they're all anti-Semitic and like this, that, the other. You know, this is not secret information. It's not like things that they don't say. There's no like conspiracy or like redacted military documents. They say this on TV. They've been saying it for decades. They've been saying it for almost a century. It's not some like, you know, kooky leftist idea like, oh no, surely they don't want to do that. No, they're always talking about that shit. And let me show you this. Right? Let me show you this. When people talk, well, when Israelis talk about, you know, the kingdom of Israel. I don't want to say Israelis, right? I don't like to say Israelis because there are definitely some Israelis who like are unfortunately like super oppressed and discriminated against because of their support of you know, Palestine and Gaza and stuff like that. When far-right Zionists talk about Israel, what they're actually talking about is this, right? Now, you'll notice here the River Jordan, yeah, on the way to the sea there. This is Palestine, yeah. And what's interesting is, is that a lot of Palestine isn't even there. We've got Gaza, right, which is over here on the left, and then you got Jerusalem, Hebron. You got the whole West Bank up here, like you know, this is historic Palestine. But on the right here is like Jordan. This is Jordan. Ramoth Galad, come on, that's Ammon now, and then on the top here is Lebanon. Right? They aren't going to stop with Gaza. They aren't going to stop with the West Bank. They aren't going to stop with Palestine. They're going to go into Jordan. They're going to go into Lebanon. They're even going to go into Egypt. This is fucking Egypt here. Right? And that's just the actual, like, you know, historic map of Israel. Like, really what they want, there's like a proposed map that I'm looking for. Proposed map of Israel, Likud. Let's see. Here we go. Here we fucking go. It's this shit right here. It's this shit right here. The new Middle East. Jordan, Egypt, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, all this shit. Yoav Gallant has been making direct threats against Beirut in Lebanon about a week ago. Yep, that's right. Ben Gvir has also talked about building a canal that goes straight through Gaza to complete with Egypt's Suez Canal. Yep. You know? This is the entire aim. It's not about historic Israel, yeah? It's not about anything for Jewish people. It's about ethnically cleansing the Middle East, problematic nations for imperialism. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's fucking about. It's completely fucked. And this was in September, by the way. This was in September. And so, you know, Netanyahu's whipping up his base, getting them all excited about this nationalist expansion project. And then all of a sudden, like, this attack happens. It's one of the most surveilled, imprisoned, oppressed places in the entire world. All of a sudden, this attack happens. They let it happen. And then there's more and more reports coming out now that they've shot their own civilians, that they shot up and bombed the fucking music festival that was happening, that they claim Hamas, like, murdered loads of people at, right? And they use that as an opportunity to ethically cleanse Gaza and, you know, ramp up the violence, arm settlers in the West Bank. This is what it is. This is what it is.
Palestinians can't imagine how many will be killed and slaughtered. Now, let's be honest, this is the sort of rhetoric a lot of this you might expect from ISIS. And in fact, some of it is just kind of religiously founded. So you can make that kind of comparison. The key point, though, is Israel is a military superpower. And it is armed and backed by Western governments, including the global superpower, the United States. It has the capacity to follow through on its promises. And its government and society are in the grip of a genocidal mentality. The death toll in Gaza, compared to other conflicts, already in such a short space of time, is absolutely chilling and horrific. It is a far greater death rate than previous conflicts, Bosnia, Syria, Yemen, we could go on. And we know its government and society, as I say, are in the grip of this genocidal mentality. It's the only honest way of describing this. And that's why the warnings of genocide scholars do need to be listened to. Because listen to what they're saying. Listen to how much of Israeli society, not all, very brave and courageous Israeli peace activists, who I think will win in the end. But this is a dark period, to say the least. And the way that Israeli officials and politicians are speaking. Got to take it seriously. In the same way we listen when people talk about the rhetoric of TV pundits in Russia, unhinged maniacs on Russian television. Where's the same outrage here? It's just not there, is it?
Is Saudi Arabia in support of Palestine? No.
Same seriousness in terms of Russia's brutal invasion.
Saudi Arabia is like that with the US, you know?
Of Ukraine. Brutal on its own terms, but again, a death rate far lower than that in Gaza that is not being applied to what's happening in Gaza with the very real risk of a genocide. We have to take this seriously. It is horrifying. Please like and subscribe.
Okay. Cat, I really got to feed the cat. It's definitely his dinner time now. Hunting flies in my apartment. So I'll be back real quick. Not going to take too long. Aren't you? Hey? Dinner? Tom. 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 He's not fucking. I can't reach the camera over there because I anticipated that. There. Spend a lot of time over there. So I'm like, fucking camera. Can't see it. Wish I could show you. Want your dinner? Tom, want your dinner? Yeah, did you hear him? Wants his din-din. Right, okay. Simply need a second cat cam. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have like multiple cameras all over the room to like anticipate his every move. It's a wee bit odd hearing a cat being called by my name. Oh. That's your fault for being named Tom, isn't it? No, I'm joking. Anyway, I'm going to go feed him. I'll be right back. Make sure you stretch your legs. Take your meds if you've not. Have a little stretch. Have a wee. Have a poo. Anything like that. You know, rest your eyes a little bit. Do some meditation. That's a new one. Throwing that in there. Right. Back at the tick. Alright, sorry about that. Oh. Just had to do his litter tray as well because that shit was stinking. Anyway, we're back. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, there we go. Cat shit is horrid. I mean, it wasn't too bad like the first few days, but then like as it went on, oh boy, he's just been doing some nuclear turds. Like last night, Lena had to like, we leave the door open for him in the bedroom at night if he wants to like come in and hang out or whatever. But like we had to shut the door last night because it's just so bad. Oh my god, it just stunk the fucking gaff out. In the end, I had to like get up and just fucking get rid of it like straight away. So I'm just gonna try and get in the habit of like whenever he has a shit, just fucking put it in the toilet straight away, you know? Gross! Anyway, people don't come here to hear me talk about my cat, but I don't know, I got a cat now, so you're gonna have to get used to it. Listen, that was absolutely insane. You know, we saw that fucking annihilate everyone. Bizarre video from some fucking war propagandist bullshit Israeli Hasbara paid piece of shit. Now we're gonna check out some shit from Yanis Varoufakis, who's an extremely based individual, Greek guy, scholar, politician kind of guy, talking about Israel and about how Europeans have created it. So let's have a little look at this. I'm excited to hear what Yanis says. I'm big into this guy. He says a lot of smart shit, you know? Motorcycle daddy Yanis? Wait, what do you mean motorcycle daddy? He loves motorbikes. Yanis Varoufakis on Israel. That's what we're... He drives a motorcycle? No way. I don't know what the content warning for this is. Like, it's just gonna be talking about imperialism. So, imperialism and violence. Prepare yourself for discussion and mention of that stuff. Alright. They, a bit from Al Jazeera. Find this if you Google that yourself or YouTube it. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got to say. He drives motorcycles? No way. That's pretty cool.
After Hamas's attacks on October 7th, Israel continues its bombardment and siege of Gaza. While Israel's response has had the full support of the majority of European countries, some dissenting voices are making themselves heard and calling for a ceasefire. So, what role is Europe playing in the Israel-Gaza war?
1 in 5 Google image results for the guy of him on a motorbike.
I'll ask renowned economist and former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis.
Former Greek finance minister. That's who he is.
An upfront special.
I forgive Yanis for his work at Valve. Wait, what?
Yanis Varoufakis, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront. It has been 6 weeks since Hamas's attack on October 7th. And the start of Israel's bombardment of Gaza. The vast majority of European governments were unequivocally supportive of Israel, as well as its response. But in recent days, Belgium's deputy prime minister has called for sanctions against Israel. And French President Emmanuel Macron has called to, quote...
Yeah, co-op are pretty good about Palestine.
Are we seeing a shift in the positions of European governments?
He did economic research for Steam. That's pretty funny.
It's taken more than 11,000 deaths to see a minute shift, a shift which is so late coming and so small that as Europeans, we should hang our heads in shame.
Yeah.
Hang our heads in shame. What do you think should have been the initial response? Like on October 8th, what should the European Union, what should European states have been saying?
The thing that logic dictates, which is beyond condemnations. We all condemn war crimes. We all condemn horrible, horrible things that have been done.
Hey, Johnny, what's up?
Israeli citizens, to Thai citizens by Hamas, to Palestinians by settlers in the West Bank. But, you know, let's move on beyond condemnation, because we Europeans have created this problem. We've created centuries of anti-Semitism, pogroms against the people that came originally from that land, the Jews. Then we subjected them to the Holocaust. Then we supported the vile dogma or dictum of a land without a people for a people without a land, as if Palestine was empty of people. This is settler, white, supremacist language. The British used this in Australia to declare Australia terra nullius, an empty land, empty of people, in order to justify the genocide of the Aborigines in Australia, and not just in Australia. They did it in Kenya, they did it in South Africa. And, you know, in the 1920s and 30s, the process began by which Europe was trying
Good to hear it, Johnny. Let's get some love in the chat for Johnny. I hope you're doing okay, buddy.
Against the Jews, maybe get rid of the Jews from Europe by supporting a genocidal against the Palestinians this time.
No, Yanis Varoufakis is extremely based. He's always introduced as an economist, but he's an anarchist.
80 years. So what should have happened at the beginning of October? It's really very simple. We should have demanded the end of the state of apartheid, which creates two different legal systems on the same small patch of land between two different peoples. That is the source of all violence, violence for decades. We have a prime minister in Israel whose raison d'etre, the whole point of his existence, was to destroy the peace process. Netanyahu has one objective in life, to make sure that there is never a two-state solution, the solution that Joe Biden advocates, Emmanuel Macron advocates. So this is what we should have done. Condemn all acts of violence, and at the same time say to both sides, to both extremes, we are not going to tolerate this. There is going to be a peace process under the United Nations. There is going to be a complete clampdown on all kinds of violence, whether it's settler violence in the West Bank by Israelis or
oh, nice, Johnny. Good to hear it.
And we're going to sort this mess out once and for all.
Well, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen proposed a kind of vision of moving forward that engages some of the ideas that you just mentioned. She offered 5 principles to guide the future.
Yes, correct, Sorka, correct.
Those include no safe haven.
Well, there's very few economists who actually see economics as an ideological framework, right?
Terrorists, no Hamas-led government, no long-term Israeli security presence, no forced displacement of Palestinians, and no sustained blockade. What do you make of the proposal, and does it fully represent what the European people want?
Well, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen represents no one. She essentially violated all principles of European democratic process by flying to Israel and effectively cheerleading the war crimes of Israel in the Gaza Strip.
Hey, Chloe, what's up?
For the precise
Can I get a shout out for Chloe, please, TTK?
Which comes, I have to say that, we have a duty not to take Mrs. von der Leyen seriously. DiEM25, the movement that I'm part of, we have a campaign and a petition for her removal and dismissal. She's an embarrassment to Europeans. She doesn't speak for Europeans. She shouldn't be there. We should get rid of her as quickly as possible. Having said that, let's take the 5 points you mentioned. Essentially, what she's doing is she's playing the game of Netanyahu of destroying the two-state solution by isolating Gaza from the broader problem of how to have two states living side by side, or if
absolutely
we want to be more humanist and more ambitious, to talk about a single state that is secular and does not discriminate between Jews and Palestinians. She doesn't do that. She separates Gaza and says, let's find a solution for Gaza, not a solution for the apartheid state in West Bank. Because you see, allow me to ask a rhetorical question. What if Hamas were to just disappear, surrender to the IDF today? What happens then? What happens in the West Bank, where we have settlers as we speak, throwing out, terrorizing, killing, murdering, maiming Palestinians and throwing them off their ancestral land. You have a Palestinian Authority that has been completely humiliated and deprived of any authority.
Like, this is why you won't find this guy on Western news media talking about this stuff, because he is so fucking well read on this shit. He's been there, he's done that, he's worn the fucking t-shirt. He just knows the score. He knows the score, he knows the crack. Not fucking around. All right, let's say Hamas disappear. Well, what about the West Bank? What are you going to do about the West Bank? You know? What are you going to do about the West Bank? What then? What now? You know?
Over the West Bank. And you have a government which clearly says that they are going to annex the whole thing from the river to the sea. What is Mrs. von der Leyen's suggestion for that? Just deal with Gaza. That is...
Yeah, someone else was talking about Valve before. I think it was Hell to Pay. Something a lot of people don't know about Yanis Varoufakis before he was Greece's finance minister, who turned them around from a horrible recession, then went on to help eject the neo-Nazi Golden Dawn Party from their government. He worked for Valve. The hats in Team Fortress 2, that was Yanis Varoufakis' idea. Yeah, I didn't know that. I knew all the other stuff, the stuff that he said previously, but I didn't know about the fucking Team Fortress 2 stuff.
To become the useful idiot of Benjamin Netanyahu. That's who Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen is. That's why we Europeans...
You're taking the piss.
...band together and get rid of her.
Earlier you talked about Europe's long history in the hatred of Jews, the prosecution and persecution of Jews, violence against Jews. Is this Holocaust guilt that leads to this place of sort of not pushing back sufficiently against Israel's policies and practices? I'm asking that partly because there's a poll conducted by Politico in 2021. It found that 41% of those polled in Europe agreed that, quote, against the background of the history of the Holocaust, Europe bears a special responsibility for Israel. Now, 39% disagreed, but...
Here's his... Wikipedia page. Beginning in March 2012, Varoufakis became economist in residence at video game publisher Valve. He researched exchange rates with the virtual economy on Steam digital delivery platform, specifically looking at exchange rates and trade deficits. In June 2012, he began a blog about his research at Valve. In February 2013, his function at Valve was to work on a game for predicting trends in gaming. From January 2013, he taught at Lyndon B. Johnson School of Public Affairs, the University of Texas, Austin, as a visiting professor. November 2013, so it just sort of glosses over the Valve stuff, but yeah, he did work at Valve. Yeah.
20% don't know. I mean, that's a sizable number of people. And so it makes me wonder if that informs their decision to not more strongly condemn Israel's actions.
Partly, yes. Look, there is a very good reason why we Europeans bear the guilt over the Holocaust. It is because we are responsible for it. Not just the German Nazis, the Croat Nazis, the Greek Nazis, the Hungarian Nazis, the French Nazis, or the collaborators. We all played a small part, not individually, but in terms of our culture, in terms of our nations, in that uniquely evil event in the history of the world, of humanity, called the Holocaust. But the question I put to my fellow Europeans...
Oh, you got 6 degrees of separation, Hell to Pay?
And I mean that as friends, is this. How far must Israel's ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians proceed?
Yeah, that's right, B-Rat.
Before our justified guilt over the Holocaust no longer prevents us from challenging Israel's ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. So to put it a bit more brutally, how much Palestinian blood do we need to wash off the guilt of the Holocaust?
So it's a provocative question. A week after Hamas...
Good God, that is...
Israeli...
That really is it, isn't it? A question for all the neoliberal governments of Europe. Like, he's positing it to them. Right? It's not like, you know, everyday Europeans like me and Johnny and other people in the chat who are going like, oh, fucking, you know, we understand the oppression and stuff like that. No, he's talking about like the governments, right? Going on the governments. Hey, Manticore, how's it going? 2 to 3 degrees of separation. That's fucking cool. Mic drop moment. Yeah. Put it on a sign. Dog shit response. Yeah, let's see this. Let's see this reporter's response.
How much Palestinian blood do we need to wash off the guilt of the Holocaust?
It's a provocative question. A week after Hamas's attack on Israeli civilians,
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue this reporter is like, he's not the Western media. You know, he's working for Al Jazeera. You know, it is a bit of a provocative question, yeah, for sure.
refused to condemn either Hamas or Netanyahu committing atrocities across Israel-Palestine. Instead of condemning either, you condemned Europeans and Americans, as you're doing very much today, as the true villains who have been, quote, making peace impossible in Israel-Palestine. Is it really fair to offset all of
Yeah, he's not there to debate.
The West? However guilty we all may be, shouldn't Hamas and the Israeli government also be held accountable?
I agree. I think that some people in the chat are like used to seeing like Piers Morgan type quote unquote reporting of like what's going on in Gaza. And so people are expecting to see like a debate. I don't watch that shit. We don't watch that shit here. We don't do that. Just to be clear, yeah? We don't do this like cheering on debate thing. If you engage in the debate of whether or not we should be genociding people, you're not serving any purpose. The only purpose you're serving is for right-wingers to watch and practice how to respond to people who hold them to account for cheering on genocide, right? That's how I see it. We don't watch that shit here. This is actual reporting, actual platforming of like pro-Palestinian views.
Accountable for their actions.
Of course they should be. But allow me to say that I am a European. If I were Indian or Chinese or South African,
yeah, that's right, Jojo,
or Latin American, I wouldn't be saying what I said. But as a European, I am refusing to play the phony game that other Europeans play, especially our governments, who are condescending. They're looking at the people who now are suffering, both Israelis and Palestinians, and Bedouins and Druze in the land of ancient Palestine. Think of what we Europeans do. You know, we look down upon those people and say, oh, you know, you animals, you are killing each other. We're going to condemn you. Whether we condemn, you know, the Hamas people or the settlers or Netanyahu or the PLO, in the end, we Europeans look down upon them as if we are superior. We're not superior. We're infinitely...
He's so fucking right. He's so fucking right. He's so right, and he should say it. Holy fucking shit, man. Every single news item that you see that is from the Western European media is everybody saying like, I condemn Hamas. Obviously, what Hamas did was so bad, and what Israel's doing is really bad. You know, both sides are really bad. He's fucking right. He's fucking right. He's acting like there's some kind of like superiority where we're going like, oh, what a terrible situation. Oh, yeah, we should be condemning all of it. No, shut the fuck up. Condemn what Europeans have done, which is fund and prop up the state of Israel to support it in its ethnic cleansing and genocide. Right? And you're absolutely fucking right, that dude's you. I do not want to watch Norman Finkelstein speak to fucking Candace Owens. I couldn't think of anything worse that would make me lose my mind. I'm not doing it. Right, enough with the condemnation of violence when it's inconvenient for profit, right? It's just...
inferior. We, over centuries, have created colonialism, we have created anti-Semitism, we have created the mentality of imperialism. We are behind the massacres that are being carried out by both sides.
Yeah, he's so based. He's so based.
In this universe, who have the authority, the moral right, the high ethical standards that would allow us to look down upon these people and condemn them. I'm not going to play this game anymore.
Fuck yeah!
But you know what? To those who say to me, why are you not condemning Hamas? I say to them, well, you lost your opportunity to ask me this question. The moment you failed to condemn the killing of unarmed journalists.
Yes!
Palestinian journalists, non-Palestinian journalists, Israeli journalists, Israeli Jewish peace activists, children, women, old men. You've lost the moment you forgot, you neglected to condemn that. Let's not play this condemnation game anymore. Let's just ask the very simple question. Do we or do we not want to see?
Oh, this is to do with me. Oh, I thought that was something on the Zoom. That was something to do with my shit.
From the river to the sea, and I use this expression provocatively. Do we want to see from the river to the sea? I don't care about Israel, Palestine, or anything. Do we want to see people who live without the fear of being killed with equal civil and political rights? What has happened in the United States in particular? Have we forgotten the great civil rights marches in the 1960s? Why can't we have the same mentality about the land of Palestine and start with one assumption that should be common amongst civilized women, men, transgender, whatever we happen to be? And that is that there should be no discrimination.
The third gender, by the way, the third gender, transgender. Men, women, and transgender. I think I know what he's trying to say, but you know, he's trying.
No apartheid in that land. How we're going to work it out, whether there will be two states, multi-ethnic states sitting side by side, or one state for everyone that doesn't discriminate between Jews, Bedouins, Druze, Palestinians, Arabs, and so on, I don't care. Let's begin with this.
In the past few weeks, we've seen some of the biggest pro-Palestine marches ever recorded, both in Europe and in the United States. Has there been a shift in the public's attitude toward Palestinians? And if so, will this lead to any kind of substantive government positions?
Like, now you know, chat. Now you know why I got this specific guy. An interview on Al Jazeera with this specific guy. Because this is the only... Like, this is a mainstream news channel in lots of countries. Do you know what I mean? And my man is talking anarchist shit. He's talking anti-fascist shit. He's talking anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist truths. Extremely important. You know what I mean? Now we know why Mule got that Yanis Varoufakis full back tattoo. I just got his face, like, I got him like naked on a motorcycle on my back. Yeah, that's right. Accidentally taught yourself into a gendered phase you use all the time, then try and save it by adding the third gender, transgender. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, they're not inflammatory and they're letting him talk. Like, this is the thing. This is the thing. Any Yanis heads in the chat? Let's fucking go. God, so based.
Not really. What we have seen is a truer expression of the feelings out there in our communities.
Yeah, that's right, Stalker. I agree.
People of Europe in the majority have traditionally recognized the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians since the Nakba, since 1948. The majority of the French, the majority of the Germans, the majority of the Greeks, we always understood, because it's the obvious thing to understand, that there was an attempt ethnically to cleanse a people. But I do not see our governments shifting fast enough so that we will be able in the future to answer our grandchildren when they ask us, what did you do when the thousands of children in Gaza were being massacred in cold blood?
What some governments have done in response has been to ban protesting.
Yes.
France, Germany,
yeah, they're using
Austria,
Skype. Yeah,
solidarity protests with Palestine. Other European leaders have tried to delegitimize them, framing them all as anti-Semitic or extremist events. One German MP even suggested stripping non-EU nationals of their right to protest. How dangerous?
Oh yeah, you better believe
backlash for European civil rights.
He's got some fucking sick books behind him.
Palestinian rights movement as a whole.
All right, Prince. Thanks so much for being here. Take it easy.
Answer your pertinent question with an example. A few days ago, a friend who happens to be an Israeli Jew who lives in Berlin studied very carefully the German constitution to establish what her constitutional rights as a resident of Germany are. And she discovered that the police cannot ban her from doing a one-person demonstration. That is, standing in the middle of a square with a placard which read, "As an Israeli and as a Jew, I say, stop the genocide of Palestinians." And she was arrested. Need I say more? The moment we allow this to happen, the moment we allow our police force, our parliaments, our instruments and organs of the state to tell an Israeli Jew in the middle of Berlin that she's being arrested because of the expression of a view which was not even spoken, but it was written on a placard, that is a very slippery slope to two things. Morbid anti-Semitism. Here you have a white German policeman arresting a Jewish woman who happens to...
Look at him. You can see how much of a passionate anti-fascist he is. Because this is the degree to which every single person should be losing their fucking minds that in Germany they are arresting Jewish people for protesting against the genocide in Gaza. Right? He's right. He's fucking right.
To be Israeli as well in Berlin. And the second thing...
Yes, you're right, TTK. It's all crocodile tears about the Holocaust.
Since the October 7th attacks, there's also been a rise in anti-Semitism across Europe. We've seen Molotov cocktails thrown on a synagogue in Germany. We've seen stars of David sprayed on residential buildings in France. There was a Jewish cemetery desecrated in Austria. This is all very worrisome stuff. However, some accusations of anti-Semitism have been against people who are simply criticizing Israel's human rights record. For example, in response to Amnesty International stating that war crimes had been committed by all parties.
Right,
Leora
Fomakane,
Hayat,
yeah.
the spokesperson for the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, called Amnesty International anti-Semitic and a, quote, propaganda.
Yeah, I agree,
organization
Bira. Austria and
that's working
Hungary.
for Hamas.
Like, isn't it crazy? Yeah? Austria and Hungary, them two countries that, like, you know, supported Germany in World War One. Well, they were an empire, Austro-Hungary, in World War One. In their, like, you know, big imperialist effort. And then punished for not supporting Germany in its Nazi endeavors of Lebensraum. And so they were annexed. And then, of course, when they were annexed, lots of Nazis within those countries participated in the Holocaust. And now we're seeing ancestors of getting involved with anti-Palestine, Islamophobic. And we're going to start to see, like, legit anti-Semitism. Like, legit anti-Semitism on. Like, it's already happening. It's already happening. Slovenian side-eyeing the old Austro-Hungarian imperials right now, right, for real.
As terrorists, how does one thread the needle between dismissing the idea that all support for Palestine is anti-Semitic without delegitimizing the fact that there is a very real rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes against Jewish people going on right as we speak?
Whenever you have a tragedy like the one unfolding in the land of Palestine, in Israel today.
Hey, Magrex TV, how's it going?
Are the great beneficiaries. On the one hand, the gross anti-Semites, and on the other hand, the gross haters of Palestinians. Allow me to answer by means of a personal story. I grew up in a fascist dictatorship here in Greece. We had colonels running the ministries. They were abominable. They were imprisoning Greek Democrats. We lived in fear for 7 years of the earlier part of my life. Now, whenever a foreigner,
yeah, that's right,
German
MSE stream,
Chancellor
yeah,
at the time, Willy Brandt, great man,
so many Hungarian Jews
criticized the Greek government.
My stepdad, that's his lineage from Hungary, innit? Like his mum and dad that I knew both of them were survivors, like child survivors.
He was being accused by the Greek fascists in power here in Athens as being anti-Greek, a mis-Hellenist, right? The equivalent of anti-Semite. Whenever a Greek confronted the fascist government, the
no way,
fascist
Husker.
government talked about him as a Greek-hating Greek.
Muted myself mid-sentence, is that right?
Now.
I muted myself. I wouldn't have muted myself. It would have been the noise gate. You're from Hungary? What's up, Magrex? Well, did it look like it or did it sound like it? Because if it sounded like it, I need to change something. What's the topic? It's right here. Right here. It's on the screen.
Happening.
It's on the screen. It's on the title.
There is a concerted propaganda effort to identify, to equate opposition to Netanyahu.
It did cut out for a sec. Okay, hold up. Noise gate a bit aggressive. There's been a couple of times where you cut out a bit. Okay, hold up. Two. Okay. It's been dropping the last syllable also. That fucking sucks. Should be better now. Earlier in the stream, I as well, I thought it was censoring you saying shit for a second. God damn it. If you hear stuff like this, chat, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me earlier, because now we're gonna have a whole VOD of like stuff like that. Closed threshold, open threshold. Let's bring that down to there. 2. I think it's just the closed threshold that's been fucking around. I don't need to change the release. I never touch the release. It's always the closed threshold, open threshold thing. Okay. Is this sounding better now?
Fascist government and to the apartheid state
cheers.
he has so successfully created
folks.
With anti-Semitism. The moment you conflate the two, an objection to a fascist regime which oppresses Jewish intellectuals, Jewish Democrats, just as much as it oppresses anyone else. The moment you identify that, criticism of that regime with anti-Semitism, that is the greatest victory of anti-Semites.
Yeah, and that's true.
To go back to the previous example with Iris Hafez, the psychoanalyst, the woman that I referred to in Berlin, the Israeli Jew that was arrested for protesting, isn't that the height of anti-Semitism? To have a white German police officer arresting an Israeli Jew in Berlin?
Now, a lot of Europe's far-right parties are providing unequivocal support for Israel at the moment. But those same parties often have a deep and long history of anti-Semitism themselves. For example, you have Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party in France, which fully supported Israel, but the party was founded by a former SS member, and another founder, Le Pen's own father, was convicted for minimizing the Holocaust.
Yep, that's right. Perpetuating the misdirection helps the cause, I agree.
Hungary and Poland and other places. How do you make sense of these trends where far-right parties have these incredibly powerful pro-Israel views, but also deep histories of anti-Semitism?
Well, this is a worldwide phenomenon. It happens here in Greece, too. We have Nazis who were campaigning actively on anti-Semitic tropes. They were even selling those disgusting pamphlets and volumes about Sion and so on, the conspiracy theories against the Jews. And now they
Right,
are,
Sorka.
they are wearing the Israeli flag and egging on the IDF to kill as many Palestinians as possible. You have this in the United States. You have an evangelical movement which is extremely right-wing. It was extremely anti-Semitic for 200 years in the United States. And suddenly they have made the extreme
Yeah, he's on about that now, hell to pay.
the messianic position whereby God supposedly is going to reappear in the land of Palestine, and that makes it necessary to expunge all the Palestinians from that land. This is a worldwide phenomenon. It's a very interesting one. I think that sociologists, psychoanalysts, psychiatrists are going to have a field day for the next 100 years explaining it. But what we see is that really very
That's
simple
right, half a laptop.
flip of a switch from a rabid anti-Semitism to rabid Islamophobia. Because in the end, what the ultra-right needs is a group of people to demonize. It so happened that it was the Jews. Now it can be anything. It can be the Syrians, it can be the Palestinians, it can be, the Belgians. It doesn't really matter. They need a scapegoat. They need to be able to point at the people to say, if these people were eradicated, life would be easier. This is what Goebbels did in the 1920s and 1930s so successfully, with the Jews being targeted and being the victims. Today is happening in France by the same people who were targeting the Jews. They're now targeting Algerians and Moroccans and so on. So the greatest enemy is a fascism that requires scapegoats. The fact that they flip-flop between different target groups is not the issue.
I want to ask you about something else. European countries have long been involved with sending weapons to Israel. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute found that Italy and Germany have supplied Israel's...
Okay, I want to talk about the watermelon. I know I'm seeing people posting in the chat the watermelon. Palestinians use the watermelon because they're not allowed to use their own flag, right? There is nothing stopping us from using our free speech to wave the Palestinian flag. There is a Palestinian flag emoji. You should use that. Use it because Palestinians can't. Sure, if you're a TikTok creator and you're getting taken down for using the Palestinian flag, yeah, use the watermelon. Use the Palestinian flag. That's right. That's what I want to fucking see. That's what I want to fucking see.
Military with crucial weapons and equipment that is now being used on the ground in Gaza. The UK
Hell yeah. What's up, Adrenaline?
The Israeli Air Force, while Germany has sent tanks to Israel as well. There's a lot of awareness of U.S. military aid to Israel. We talk about it all the time.
Hell yeah. I want to see the chat flooded with Palestine flags.
Is Europe's direct military assistance to Israel?
Severely. And it takes two forms. You mentioned one form, selling Israel weaponry. But there is a second form, buying weaponry from Israel. Because Israel is a major producer of weaponry as well.
Hey, what's up, Demon Gone
Not just
Good?
lethal weaponry, but also spyware. Think of Predator. So, my government here in Greece, the government of the Conservative Party that I oppose, they've purchased Predator and they've used it against their political
Are you on mobile,
Soccer? They use
Soccer?
it to spy on one another. So Israel's location in the international trade of surveillance and lethal weaponry is a very important location. And Europe
You're on desktop, that's so weird.
An active supporter of this.
Maybe is that because of BTTV? Hopefully not being too much of a pedant here, but it's not just Islamophobia, but anti-Arab bigotry as well. The thing is about Islamophobia is that it is racialized, right? Islamophobia, like, it's an unfortunate term that has grown to, because whenever you speak to like fascists here in the UK, they go, "Oh, I don't care. It's not about skin color. I just hate Muslims," right? And then you say to them, "Okay, name 5 white Muslims." You know what I mean? I'm aware the watermelon is a product of censorship, but the watermelon is rapidly becoming a symbol in and of itself. Can we not, like, make things up that I've said? I never said for a second, don't use the watermelon. I just said, we have the privilege to be able to show the Palestinian flag, so if you can, do it. I never said for a second, don't use the watermelon. It's not for me to say that. Fucking hell. Come on, man.
To those who are watching us and who think, yes, but Europe must...
I didn't say you said not to use the watermelon. Then why are you trying to say that? You're like, fair point, but counterpoint, use of the watermelon by Palestinians in that context, turn it into a contextual similar to the C5 movement. I never said don't use it, innit? I never said don't use it. You're implying that I'm saying don't use it. Like, come on. Do me a fucking favor.
Help Israel survive. My message to you folks is, Israel is not in danger. Hamas, yes, they have a capacity to inflict a lot of pain on Israel, but it is not a present.
Yeah, you're thinking. Thanks. You're thinking too hard. Like, I'm not like. It's all good. Do whatever you want at the end of the day. Like, you know, I'm trying to make a fucking statement about something. You know. Hell.
For the Israeli state, Israel is a tremendously powerful state. It's a nuclear arm.
Israel's all up in defense infrastructure, way worse than China. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Technologically incredibly advanced. There is no way that the Israeli army can lose to anyone. Only the Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed, and they are very clear guidelines by the Israeli government, supported by the West, to get rid of them, fully to eradicate them from the Gaza Strip, from East Jerusalem.
Sorka, you're winding me up. I wasn't objecting to its use. You're winding me up. I never fucking said that. I never said don't use it. I said we should because we have the privilege to use the Palestinian. Please don't imply that I said things that I didn't say. It's really fucking annoying. It's like gaslighting.
And from the West Bank.
Yanis Varoufakis, thank you so much for joining me in Up Front. Appreciate your insights as always.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Anyway, super based. Yanis Varoufakis, for anyone who has not heard of him, now you know. Super extremely based, right? Yeah, this guy, he's done some amazing stuff, and it's always good to hear his takes. He's constantly showing up on TikTok for me at the minute. I don't know if anyone else has seen this. But like, you know, he's always popping up saying like incredibly based things. I feel like we should just do like a Yanis Varoufakis stun lock for like the last 10 minutes. You know? Yanis the Manis. Got so much stuff to talk about still. So much stuff to talk about. God damn it. There's just never enough hours in the fucking day. I could go for a bit longer. Let's watch some Bo. Okay, Sorka, it's fine. It's fine. Just fucking leave it now. It's fine. I forgive you. It's okay. It's not a huge transgression anyway. Don't worry. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Just I know you're not a dickhead, innit? I know you're not a dickhead. So, I know you weren't doing it on purpose. I know you weren't. It's fine. It's fine. It's literally fine. It's all good. It happens. Yeah, it does. It happens. Yeah. Do you stream full time? I stream full time. That's why I got this. I do have like other stuff. I'm self-employed. I'm a videographer. I got you know, my patrons and stuff like that. I got like various different income streams, but Twitch is my main job. Yeah, so please, again, like, you know, if you've learned something, if you've enjoyed the stream so far, if you want to see me succeed, if you want to help me pay my rent, all that kind of stuff, you know, please consider subbing off Twitch. Yeah, you could unlock the cat cam, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're exploiting animals over here. Don't tell Kira Chats, my co-host on Red Planet. She'll hate me. No, I didn't get the cat to exploit it. I got it because it needed a place to live. And I love cats. So, there you go. No. I did think about that. Do you know what I mean? I did think about that. I was like, shit, people are going to think that I got a cat just so I could get more donos, and that's really sad. Anyway. One day, Kira will be held accountable for her exploitation of Ruffian. When's Red Planet Live? Yeah, it's Sundays, 8 p.m. UK time. That's right. Sundays for Red Planet. I'm sorry that we weren't on this Sunday, just gone. I was completely battered. Surprisingly, from doing based things. I was so fucking tired. We had the annual general meeting. And we had a big protest on Friday. And I drank 3 pints on Saturday after the annual general meeting to like celebrate the growth of the union and shit like that. Glad you're feeling better. I wasn't ill. I was just knackered. I was just tired. And it was supposed to be a UK focused episode. So, and Sophie was actually ill. You should extend your get well soons to Sophie because she was actually genuinely sick. And we needed at least one bruv. Well, Sophie's not a bruv, but you know what I mean. Like we needed one Brit on the show to actually like have a good British-based show. You know? Nobody who engages with you in any degree of good faith would think that fucking bizarro world to think, yeah, I agree. You're right. Yeah, Skeeter on Blue Sky. Yeah. Sweet Sophie. She's not well. Bless her. Yeah. Send her a lot of love. What was I going to say? How old is your beard? My beard is... Do you know what? Well, I've cut it at various degrees. I've not cut it or trimmed it recently because I've not been able to afford it. I kind of like it when it's a bit shorter, but I also started like tying it up a bit and it looks pretty good like that. Like this. We were going to have Jesso Thompson on Sunday. Probably will next Sunday. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Jess is going to be coming on, I don't know. Jess is going to be coming on to talk in their capacity about Rwanda and the UK's attempt to, like, deport people to Rwanda. Honestly, even if a streamer gets a pet for the views, ostensibly the potential to incorporate into their content might have just been the straw that broke the camel's back. In a long-term, shouldn't I get a pet thought loop? Yeah, for real. Yeah, I know what you're on about, yeah. It's as old as I've been here? Yeah. I don't hide Legos in it because I don't have Legos. That would be a big mistake to get Lego as a cat looker after a cat carer, you know what I mean? I'm going to get it trimmed this week, actually, because it's my anniversary this Saturday. 2 years with my partner. I did start growing it literally 2 years ago because of Lena, innit? It's fucking long as fuck now. It's ridiculous. I was looking at it in the mirror when I went for a coffee with my dad earlier. And it's like bigger than my head. It's actually bigger than my fucking head. Well, it's not bigger than my head. Well, it is, because my head is that big. It's getting there. It's about the same size as my entire head length. So, There you go. It's dope. Thank you very much. It's a bit messy, but like, you know, it's better than when I had the mustache, because growing the mustache over the top of my lips, that was fucking silly. That was so silly. It's as big as my actual face. Yeah, it is, yeah. Head to beard ratio. Yeah, well, I got nothing else to do that with. I just realized how weird that sounded. Like I don't have a penis. I do have a penis, just to confirm, just in case anyone's wondering. Not that you should, you fucking weirdos. Why are you thinking about people's genitals? What's that about? You measure from the absolute base to the tip. Learned that as a teenager. That's right. Mystery solved. The DJ Mule penis mystery. Oh, what do you know? Maybe I don't have a penis. Who cares? Anyway, what's up, Mr. Dan? Good to see you. Sounds like something someone who doesn't have a penis would say, to be honest. Right, exactly. What do you know? Maybe I don't have a penis. You're never going to find out. Here you go, Johnny. One random hat. Random hat for you there. Congrats on the Todger. Thanks. Muledinger's penis. We've said this before. We've said this before. Definitely. Schrodinger's penis. Schrodinger's cock. We've definitely said this shit before. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Right, let's crack on. Johnny also redeemed Bluefella earlier. Oh, did he? Wait, I should be able to see it on Twitch. Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, sorry, Johnny. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, all right. Anyway, listen, chat. We're gonna watch one last video. I'm gonna go for a big wee though. So look after yourself. Take your meds if you've not already. Hydrate. You know, give yourself a stretch. All that kind of stuff. With how horny this stream has been at times, that's almost a certainty. Yeah, I've definitely talked about Schrodinger's cock on the stream. I nearly said on the penis then. I've got penis on the brain. What am I going to do? Anyway, right. Back in a tick. Just had to pet Tom for a little bit as well, you know? I can't just walk past him when he's sat there like that. You know? Looking all cute and give him a little pet. You can't... What do you expect? Anyway, alright, we're going to end with this video. I was going to watch Bow of the Fifth Column, but we're going to instead watch Jordanians fight for Gaza. Pro-Palestinian protests rattle Israeli normalization in the region. This is from yesterday with Breakthrough News. New favorite of mine and lots of other lefty streamers. I've seen it on loads of people's streams. I've seen it on I think the 27 Club. I've seen it on Lucid Fox's stream, I think. I've seen it on Zakap's stream. I've seen it on Rob Rousseau. I've seen it on fucking everybody. All the Comrade family playing these videos. Anyway, let's check this out. Let's see what it's saying.
We want to move now to the region, if you were, especially some of how this is affecting Jordan. And we are very, very honored to be joined by Tamara Nasser here, who is the associate editor of The Essential Electronic
Oh, that's super
Intifada.
cute, co-host.
Tamara, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, it's a privilege to have you, and I guess the first question I'll just ask you is,
I'm not familiar with that.
People know it. Jordan has had relations with Israel for some time now, is I think thought to be, relatively.
You want a link to the vid? That is,
but of course,
completely
there have been a lot
doable.
of tensions bubbling up from the population, who's very, very angry about what's happening to the Palestinians. Some people saying Jordan could potentially change its relationship to Israel in some of the elements of normalization. How likely do you think that could be, which would be certainly a big sea change in geopolitics?
Oh, blue fella, sick.
I don't think it's very likely in the grand scheme of things, but just in the past few hours before this show, there were some rare positive news. The Jordanian Foreign Minister Ayman al-Safadi announced that Jordan won't be signing a deal to provide energy to Israel in exchange for water. This was planned to be ratified, I think, this month or next month. But Jordan and Israel and the United Arab Emirates signed a memorandum for this deal 2 years ago, I believe. And this deal proposed that Israel will give Jordan excess water in exchange for Jordan supplying Israel with solar-generated energy. The protests in Jordan have been relentless. People have been on the streets since day one. Jordan's close political, economic, and military ties with Washington, the main enabler of Israel's genocide in Gaza, has definitely not rubbed off on the population. The Jordanian population staunchly and overwhelmingly supports the Palestinians. You hear chants of these protests that support the Palestinian war of liberation. There is staunch and unrelenting support for the Palestinian armed resistance, a sentiment that's, of course, not shared or expressed by Jordanian decision makers. This move to cancel this deal between Israel and Jordan, which, of course, the United Arab Emirates is also a party, and from day one only appeared to be more of a political effort to have Jordan firmly join the Abraham Accords, the series of normalization agreements that were signed between Jordan and Israel, rather than really providing touted clean water and water benefits to either side. This was always supposed to be a political win for Israel, and Israel would have been the only winner out of this deal. So I think the cancellation of this deal is extremely welcome. People were not really expecting for a material change to actually happen. Of
Yeah,
course,
this was a
saw,
crazy
the publicity
speech.
stunt for both the Zionists.
This was a crazy speech from the representative of Jordan at the United Nations. I think it was the Defense Summit. I can't remember exactly. But holy fucking shit, the guy went fucking ham. The guy went absolutely ham.
Enemy and Jordan, when the Jordanian aid drop in Gaza was coordinated and happened in the Jordanian field hospital on the Gaza Strip earlier this month. But I do want to credit these protests, these relentless protests, which have been a thorn in Jordan's side. They've been happening almost daily. On Fridays, they're absolutely out of control. They're massive protests. Thousands of people show up, and the Jordanian police consistently try to suppress them. They are trying to make them, people usually gather spontaneously. Of course, some of these protests are organized by recognized political parties, but now...
Oh, no way, Mr. Dang. That's pretty cool.
Every protest coordinated by the police. But despite the considerable oppression of these protests, despite the tear gas, despite the...
I think I would probably cry if I read that, to be honest.
Of protesters, people have been...
I would probably cry quite a lot.
Demanding nothing short of the cancellation of the Wadi Araba agreement, the agreement that was signed between Israel and Jordan in 1994 that officially normalized relations between the two countries.
I mean, it is really inspiring to see, and we can get a bit more into the sort of feeling in Jordan, but I wanted to address, you have heard a lot of rhetoric from the Jordanian government, from various officials, including the king, including Queen Rania, making statements we're not usually used to seeing from them that are quite harsh. Lots of condemnations. I believe there was more condemnations today, as the Israelis seem to have hit a Jordanian field hospital that was operating in Gaza. And so I raised that just to note an article that you actually worked on at the Electronic Intifada about how, well, according to reports, Jordan has been basically permitting the U.S. to station additional military forces on its soil throughout Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I'm curious, how do we square that harsh rhetoric and perhaps some of these things that are happening, such as the cancellation of this agreement, or at least pausing this agreement between electricity and water, with the fact that Jordan is hosting the U.S. military as it basically comes to the region in full force to back up Israel so that nobody can obstruct its genocide.
That's right. I mean, Jordan, of course, has strongly condemned Israel's genocide in Gaza. Diplomats have been instrumental in pushing the UN General Assembly resolution that called for a ceasefire. We've all seen the Queen Rania appearance on CNN. But generally, this is just rhetoric, as you said. Jordan seems to be permitting the United States to station military forces on its soil as part of its buildup in the region.
That's right.
Leading up to Israel's land invasion. What happened is that there were all of these reports in Israeli media about heavy lift planes that took off from supply centers in the U.S. and Europe and landed in the Jordanian airbase, Al-Muwaffaq Salti airbase. This came also at a time when the Wall Street Journal had reported that Jordan was one of 6 countries where the Patriot missile was being sent as part of Biden's buildup in the region. Also, the U.S. Air Force announced that there were going to be U.S. Aircraft that are going to be arriving at an area of responsibility, and open source intelligence trackers were able to determine that these airplanes had indeed landed in the Muwaffaq airbase in Jordan. And of course, the Jordanian army came out with a statement following a lot of these reports, including ours, and they denied that Jordan was being used as grounds for the U.S. to transfer supplies and ammunition for Israel to use in its bombing on Gaza, which is not something we have lent any credibility to. I don't think it makes any logistic sense whatsoever. That's not really what we wrote about, and it's actually what the Jordanian army does not deny. That's very interesting. They pointedly do not deny the reported arrival of those U.S. warplanes in Jordan. So generally, it just seems that Amman really cannot take more than cosmetic action against Israel without irking the United States, its main patron. Jordan's actions generally cannot be sufficient to satisfy parliamentary opposition to normalization between the two countries. Doing so would really require substantial measures, which includes this cancellation of the energy for water deal, but also Jordan needs to go a step further and cancel the Israel-Jordan gas deal. It needs to go a step further and cancel the Wadi Araba agreement. But ultimately, Jordan really remains an integral part, an integral component of U.S. hegemony in the region. It shares, Israel's longest border. It's one of the 2 only countries for many decades, including Egypt, to have had formal diplomatic relations with Israel.
But here's the thing: this is like another country in a long list of countries who, have agreed to be hosts to the U.S. imperialist hegemonic, military, as this person is rightfully pointing out, and they are gonna see no benefit to that. The Jordanian people, anyway. The people in power, who knows? Because Israel is going to expand into Jordan. They are going to attack Jordan. As soon as they're done with Palestinians, as soon as they're done genociding and ethnically cleansing Palestinians, their plan is to annex Jordan. Their plan is to annex Jordan. It's to annex Lebanon. It's to annex Egypt. All these other places. Sudan. You know. So what is to be gained? What is to be gained by hosting the military there in Jordan? Nothing for the Jordanian people. It's vile. It's vile what's happening. And of course, the Jordanian people unequivocally support Palestine. Unequivocally support Palestinians.
Signings through the Abraham Accords in 2020. Yes.
No, I think that's, oh, do we lose time? Oh, we have you there. I think it's, critically important context in many different things. And I think it's notable sort of what people are saying versus what they're doing is always important. And, I would assume wanting to have a little difference between what you're saying and what you're doing is, you're worried about your own population and how they would react to, some level of or greater levels of complicity with the Israeli actions. So I guess, maybe for the layperson, perhaps you would look on a map and you see that Jordan and Palestine are close to each other. But I mean, I really feel that so much of what we've seen from the protests there, some of them have been just so massive. It's like something I've never seen before in many different places. Are there particularistic elements that are lending itself to this intense climate of solidarity with Palestine there in Jordan?
I mean, the vast majority of Jordan's population are descendants of Palestinian refugees, even if they're not officially recognized as refugees by UNRWA, the UN Agency for Refugees. The vast majority of Jordan's population are Palestinians, and this solidarity is natural. I mean, it's not Jordan is so close. When you're in Jordan, you feel just so close to this happening, just right there, and feeling completely incapable, completely helpless in trying to pressure the government to do something substantial other than pushing for humanitarian aid. I mean, the calls for the ceasefire are very welcome and very important, but there is just so much more to be done, and there is just this feeling of helplessness, as given that Jordan remains a client state of the United States. To do something substantial to help end this Israeli genocide in Gaza. So it's really it's second nature.
She's talking about how most people feel all over the world, right? After weeks and weeks and weeks of protests. And what's either going to happen, well, it's definitely happening, but this is like which way? Right? Which way are you going to go? What are you going to take as a result of this? If you're like a liberal, a moderate, or even a conservative who like sees this stuff going on and you ask yourself like, oh my God, like these protests, everything I'm doing, nothing is happening. Nothing is changing, right? What is the point of these protests? One of two things is going to happen. You're either going to sit in your privilege, return to it, live your life of Western decadence and comfort, bought on the back of exported labor and extracted labor from the imperial periphery, or it's going to radicalize you to the point where you engage in direct action, to the point where you engage in disrupting production of arms at arm factories with Palestine action, right? Or to the point where you engage in boycott, divestment, and sanctions. You lobby, you create a lobbying group for sanctions against Israel, a lobbying group for divestment, 80 cops had to go out and guard a Sydney port from hundreds of protesters last night. It's spreading. It is spreading. And again, this is what we were saying earlier about when 9/11 happened. We didn't have that much of a social media. And even though social media evolved post 9/11 to spread misinformation, it's now being used to combat it in particular. And we have to remember that is hopeful. in terms of radicalizing people. We're seeing a rising class consciousness from trade unions being at the forefront of the discussion in the United States, in the belly of the beast, right? That's radicalizing people. We're seeing Starbucks unionizing. We're seeing new unions come out of this. We're seeing, video game unions. We're seeing all this unionizing all over the place. Yeah. And we're seeing more and more people radicalized into direct action against Israel, against companies that support Israel. Today in Manchester, there was a phone blockade against Elbit's landlord. Elbit, weapons manufacturer based in the UK, exporting some of the worst, horrific, military arms to Israel. Fisher German, the landlord, has been targeted by a phone blockade today in Manchester and has been not super successful, not victorious, but definitely successful in annoying the staff. And when you annoy the staff, that tends to, those are the laborers, right? Those are the people that like the company relies on in order to actually like make its profit, right? And if they just start quitting because of this stuff, they can't handle it. It's annoying. It's stressing them out. Something's going to change. Something's going to happen. Egypt against the Zionist Israelis in Sinai, 1973. Kippur War against Israeli occupation. Egypt victory sure. Gaza, Hamas will push Israelis or Israeli prisoner never sell. 239 plus 1318 Israelis death in 46 days. Will Shaw 2 solution rise and push to Netanyahu government and ceasefire. And yeah, Lebanese Hezbollah against Israeli army in 2006 Iranian proxy. I'm not sure I understand that entirely. Smeranara 46. So apologies. I think I know what you're on about, but yeah, I can't be sure. All right, co-host, no worries. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
It's the Palestinian question is a regional question. It's a regional cause. It's a struggle against not just liberation from Israeli settler colonialism, but from this U.S. hegemony that keeps Jordan within the fold of the United States and Israel to be used in that way.
That stands out as well is there was an attempt. I mean, this is more speaking of Iraq as well, but there was this attempt of like Iraqis trying to go to the Jordanian border, and I'm just curious as far as like the feelings go. You're talking about this feeling of obviously much of the Jordanian population is of Palestinian descent, so it's like very close to many people's hearts and minds, but at the same time it does seem like there's a reorientation across the region that at least I've noticed. I'm speaking to you from Lebanon. Like there was a period of time before October 7th where people were kind of like, oh yeah, Palestine's kind of a thing of the past. I mean, I don't think Iraqis were thinking about it too much. Right. I'm not sure if Jordanians were thinking about it all the time, but it does seem like the region, at least on the ground in the streets, seems to be united in the fact that actually, no, this is the central issue of this region for A, B, and C reasons. And so I'm just curious if that feeling is there in Jordan of not just of how we feel as Jordanians, but like as Arabs.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there was ever a question that the Palestinian struggle was the central cause in the region. But I think what was proven on October 7th is just how, I mean, the sheer strategic and military failure that Israel underwent in those on that day was just showed Jordan Palestinians and everyone in the region that this monster that we thought was the most vaunted our region was rooted in a matter of hours, and I think this gave people hope that actually we are not condemned to live within in the shadow of our enemies. We're not condemned to live in the shadow of being client states. That freedom is actually very close. It's very capable. The armed resistance has developed. There is something to be said about that. I think I don't think there was ever any doubt that Palestine was the cause, but there was always this feeling of helplessness. You talk to people and they say, oh, it might never come back, and we might never return. But I think October 7th really showed people that Israel is not the vaunted army that we once thought it was.
Hey, show me even harder. The whole region was Palestine? Yeah, I believe so.
Associate editor of the Electronic Intifada, really appreciate you helping us sort through all of this and giving us some of your time here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Russia, China, Eastern powers support Palestine. USA, UK, France, Germany support Israel. Always Palestine win like Americans invaded Vietnam. I think you're simplifying things a bit too much there. I don't think for a single second that like the proposed support of China and Russia for Palestine is meaningful in any way. They're not providing aid. They're not trying to do fucking, it's one of them, right? So, but I get what you're trying to say. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, when the Americans invaded Vietnam, they lost. Afghanistan, Iraq, everyone lose. American soldiers and money. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. PLO government and Hamas, not terrorist organization from China and Russia. I'm not gonna look. I appreciate you trying and stuff. I just don't think I can like actually understand what you're saying. So, yeah. Didn't China's foreign minister say that Israel has the right to defend itself or something? I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, chat. It's been amazing. Thank you so much for the everything today. Yeah, it's been real fun. Thank you so much for all the support. It's a pissing contest between imperial powers. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean fucking anything, unfortunately. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree. Shouldn't be even harder. Yeah. For real. Have a good night, Mule. Enjoy that melatonin restful sleep. I fucking will. You better believe it. Listen, often I get raided by Rob Rousseau, so we're gonna show him what that feels like to get raided by a guy that you admire. So we're gonna go show some love to Rob Rousseau. Please join me for the raid. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be political. It's gonna be sexual, maybe a little bit sexual. No, it's not. But it's going to be fun. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody who's been here today. Thank you so much for everyone for all the donos. It's been really, really cool. We're so close to hitting the Cat Cam incentive. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the chats. And thank you for being a lurker if you are a lurker. If you're watching this VOD over on the VOD channel, don't forget I have a VOD channel. I have a bunch of social media. You can check that out on the socials command that's now in the chat. I'm on TikTok, Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, Patreon, all that stuff, TikTok. But if you're watching this on the VOD channel, please like, comment, subscribe, share the VOD. Really, really helps me out. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Yeah. Take it easy. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.